Hello everyone. So my name is Shafiq, and I am the going to be hosting the 5-day myopia risk assessment challenge today. The main idea for this challenge, really, I will go through a bit more, but just long story short, is just to be able to share with everyone a bit more about like this whole myopia management, because I do understand nowadays myopia management is one of the things that is affecting a lot of us. A lot of us optometrists, we deal with myopia on a daily basis. So we want to know what's the best way for us to manage it. And in order for us to manage it effectively, firstly, we need to understand in terms of the myopia risk assessment, like how we're gonna get through all these different things. Okay, so I'm gonna start sharing the slides. Oh, and by the way, if you do have any questions along the way, just feel free to drop it in the chat box, and I'll be sure to check it as time goes by. And yeah, if you do have any particular questions that you feel that I haven't answered in the chat box, just like do the hands raise up icon, and then I will be sure to have a look at it. Okay. All right. So let's dive into it. So I'm gonna be sharing my screen now. Okay. All right. Here we go. So here is the screen itself. So I hope you guys are able to see this. This is my welcome slide. So firstly, welcome everyone to the 5-day myopia risk assessment challenge. Again, I'm just really excited to be here. Yeah, I just want this to be a session where I'll just be able to share a bit more about myopia risk management. And here are the couple of things that we're going to be doing today. So as you can see, we're going to go in a lot, into firstly talking a bit about myself, but also after that, diving straight into the challenge, because I do want to provide as much value as I can. And this is basically an overview, I would say, of the next 5 days as to what we will be going through. So as you can see, today's the first day. We're going to dive straight into patient history taking, because we want to know what are the good questions that we want to ask in order for us to get the most information out of our patients. And then after that, on the second day here, as you can see, we'll be going through the binocular and vision function assessment. So this is very important. Now, when I say binocular function, it is actually binocular vision. So just so that you guys are aware of it, it's not really anything new. It's not something new that I've created. But I just thought, if I say vision and binocular vision, it seems like I'm repeating it. So hence why, okay? All right, third day, we're going to go straight into the ocular health assessment, because we know that myopia is not just about the vision and also the binocular or the accommodation factors that is play. It's also about the ocular health itself. So we want to make sure that we know how to assess that effectively. And then moving on from that, this is where it's going to be really interesting on day 4, where we're going to use the risk assessment matrix. Yes, this is the one and only where I have actually planned out every single thing as to how we're going to categorize our patients into low, medium, or high risk myopia, because from there then we'll be able to go into some management strategies. And the very last thing, implementation and communication. Now, since you've learned everything over the past 5 days, past 4 days, I would say, by the 5th day. So how are you going to be implementing every single thing right here? So that's what we're going to be really interested and keen to go in about. All right, so let's go on. So first, I want to talk a bit more about my early career so that you guys just know me a bit more. Yeah, so my journey actually began back in Singapore. So as you can see, that's myself in all 3 photos, but the one on the left is when I just graduated from Singapore Polytechnic. As you can see, that was back in 2013. That was quite some time ago. And then in Singapore, after you finish with your further education studies, you actually do have to go to national service. It's a kind of like a conscription for a good 2 years. And after that, I did land my first retail job, in optometry. But then I did realize that, what, the long I was in sales were not really too much for me. Now, I did further my studies. I did go to QUT Calvin Grove. This is actually in Brisbane. So as you guys can see the background right there. And then yeah, so I did shift my focus a bit from after I graduated with my diploma, national service, and then I worked for a bit, but then I got to studying optometry, right? And then this is when I also graduated at QUT with a distinction in optometry, and then I went into corporate optometry here in Australia. Now, let's talk a bit more about like my spark in myopia, like how did everything start? So firstly, you guys, I just want to share this with you guys. There was a photo of me long, long time ago. I think I was 13 at this age, but back when I started wearing glasses, I was only 8 years old. Okay, so I was only 8 years old back then. And then that's when I pretty much started my optometry education. And you know what? I was actually really naive when I actually joined optometry back in Singapore initially because I thought I could find a cure for myopia. And boy, was I wrong. I mean, as for now, there's not really a cure for myopia, but with what we're doing now with myopia management, yeah, we can find ways to slow it down, as a lot of you guys know. All right, so that's where, my interest in myopia, it really gone up in a way. I started to also research a bit more. I started to attend a lot of like conferences and whatnot. As you can see, this is one of the first conferences that I attend. It's an Ortho-K conference back in, let's see, I think this was back in 2018, if I'm not wrong, or 2019, thereabouts. And after that, I pretty much fit my very first Ortho-K lens around that time. Yes, for myopia management, my very first one. But as we know, Ortho-K can also be used for other things, for instance, just like for normal vision check. And then on top of that, also on the right-hand side here, this was literally only like 3, 4 weeks ago. I was in the Gold Coast, and this is actually for a contact lens and corneal like international conference, which was really great. They touched a lot about like contact lenses, specialty fitting. There were talks about Ortho-K also, how it relates to myopia and all this stuff. So yeah, it was going pretty well. So maybe to share a bit more about my recognition and growth in the myopia field. So this was me back in 2020. I did get the Specsavers Graduate Award for Clinical Excellence and also for my passion in myopia. Yeah, so since I was a grad, I have always been interested in myopia and always been doing a bit more about it. So it was really great, to be recognized for what I love to do, although it's like on a corporate level, but hey, it's great. And I wouldn't really give that up for anything. Yeah. And then also I did do what's called like a Specsavers Pathway course. So it's some sort of like a joint venture partnership where you can actually own a Specsavers store. So for some of you guys might be aware of it. Yeah. So yeah, that's just something really interesting back then. But of course, I did realize that, partnership maybe was not really a thing for me, yeah, for various reasons. Yeah. So, you know what? Throughout my whole myopia management journey, right, I had a lot of hurdles that I had to overcome. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure with some of you guys what you guys had to go through, but for me, myself, it was actually really challenging. It was really, really challenging for me to be able to just kind of like want to really learn about myopia management, but there were so many things that I have to hurdles I have to go through. And let me know if any of this really relate to you guys, or just like think about it. So firstly, attending in-person events. Now look, I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it a lot. And it's great because I get to connect with other people. If you see the photo on the right hand side here, this is one of my so this is a colleague of mine who he was one of those who really got me into the myopia management space in terms of fitting orthokeratology. All right. So my good friend Harold right here. I've never met him for like a good 5, 6 years until literally a couple of weeks ago when I met him during a conference. So those are things that I really enjoy about it. So of course I get to connect with other people. And as some of you guys might know, the downside of that is that you do have to spend time away from your loved ones, and also there's a lot of money involved. And you have to book for the conference, and then you have to fly there, and then the accommodation, and then if you want to stay a bit longer for holidays, now there's all a lot of costs involved. So yeah, time away from loved ones. If you can see here, this very small photo right here, myself and my wife right there. So as you can tell, it's great going to conferences. I love it. I really enjoy it. But of course, there are some things I have to go let go in a way. And the other thing about attending conferences also is that you guys might know that when you attend conferences, especially if it's not a myopia specific one, it's usually just talking about like general optometry. Yeah, so that's one thing for you to guys to really consider. And then there was also another thing that I did was that I actually enjoy a lot of like online learning. But of course, having to read through hundreds of articles, trying to make sense of it. I was also one of those like from one site to another one. And I also like, go to different Facebook groups in order for me to just understand myopia a bit more because I was really, really interested in it. So you know what, having a piece of information, having to piece all this information together, sometimes, might be tough. And you just got to pray and hope that it does make sense. So that was like pretty much my journey. And also imagine that me, myself, spending hundreds and hundreds of hours doing all these different things. Those were the challenges that I had to face. Now, some of you might be doing this and you might feel that it's fine. And you know what? I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. But if you do want to accelerate and get a bit quicker, it's always easier. You have someone there to really help you out. So this is why the birth of the company that I've set up in a way is called Visionary Apex. And the main vision for Visionary Apex is to really create a future where optometrists are really confident and become really skilled myopia management specialists, all right, who are really committed to just providing the best eye care for kids and also to help that on a global scale. And the mission that we have is to really guide and support graduate and early career optometrists through very personalized mentorship, and of course the comprehensive education through a program called the M3 program that I've created, which I will talk to you guys a bit more at a later time. Now, let's get back into it. So why? Why am I doing the 5-day challenge? So the purpose of the 5-day challenge is because it just have a really comprehensive kind of like risk assessment. Yeah, it's the very first step in order for you to manage myopia. Because if you don't know what is your patient currently sitting at, whether low, medium, or high myopia, how are you going to effectively manage them? How are you going to know what you're going to do with them? The next thing also is because there's a lot of information that we do need in order to get to the right outcome in a way. And I usually get a lot of colleagues who do reach out to me. They do ask like myopia questions. But the thing is that I always have to ask them, hey, do you have this information about the patient? Do you have that information about the patient? So there was really a lot of things that they might not have. Yeah. Maybe I would just like to ask the audience right here, right now, just to see, in terms of managing myopia, like how confident are you guys at the moment in terms of doing that? If I could just, maybe 1 is like not that confident, 10 is like super confident, and if you're at the 10, I'm not really sure why you're here, but hey, yeah. Can you guys just let me know? I'll just wait for a bit. Just on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you guys in managing myopia at the moment? A 2. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So yep. So I got a comment here. It's a 2. Okay. All right. So I think you guys are definitely at the right place, for me to be able to help you guys out a bit more with that. Yeah. So let's dive into it. Yeah. So again, this is one of the purpose as to why I am doing this challenge really. Okay. So as you can see, the 3 guys behind me are actually colleagues who I'm working with. And from the left, all right, yeah. So Mimi is one of my colleagues. She has only been a year and a half out of uni, and then the other 2 at the back right there, they've only been out for about 6 months, and I really enjoy just giving back, just really sharing all my knowledge with all early career optometrists. Because look, I was once where you guys were, so I really want to be able to just give back to you guys and also just provide as much value as possible. So enough about me blabbering about all this stuff, because I'm sure you guys are here for the meat, like what are we gonna really go through today? So what are the things that we're gonna go through in today's challenge? All right. So today's challenge itself, as we know, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about firstly, patient history taking. All right, so let's dive into it. All right, so day 1 of the Myopia Risk Assessment Challenge today, presented by myself, Shafiq, and yeah, let's get into it. Now, here are the couple of learning objectives for today. So first thing we're going to do is that we're just going to define myopia a bit more and by its severity levels. And when I want to define myopia, it's not that I don't know that you guys know what is myopia, but just to give a bit more of a broader understanding, and so that all of us are on the same page. The second one is talking a bit about the global prevalence of myopia, which again, you guys might be well aware of. The third thing about recognizing the impact of myopia on things like the ocular health and also vision. The fourth thing, we're gonna just appreciate the importance of patient history taking a bit more. And then the last thing we're going to do is to identify the key risk factors for myopia management in terms of its progression in a way. Yep. Now, just in case you guys do not have it, I do want you guys to actually download this particular toolkit that I have. So you actually can get it at get.myopiamastery.com/kit. Yeah, so we might just drop the link in the chat box, if anything. Yeah, I'll just give you guys a moment to just bring that up in case you guys do not have it, because we throughout this challenge, we're going to refer to this kit quite a bit. And the reason for it is because like I want this toolkit to be something that's implementable. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So the download link is there already, guys. Yeah. So if you guys do not have the toolkit, you might just want to click on it. Once you click on it, then you'll have to fill in your information and you will get an email. And from that email, then yeah, you'll have everything already. Yep. So again, if you do have any questions, just feel free to pop it anytime. Ah, thanks for the thumbs up, Selena. Appreciate that. Yep. Okay. So let's dive into it. Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about it, about understanding myopia itself. So how are we going to really understand what myopia is? So this is the very first thing we're going to do. So firstly, understanding the definition of myopia. So it's a refractive error in which the light rays, when it enters the eye, it focuses in front of the retina. So as you guys can see here, this is the retina itself at the back, and the light ray is focusing in front. And this is when the ocular accommodation is relaxed. Now, this part is very important about the relaxing of the ocular accommodation. Because if, let's say, someone's eyes or the kid's eyes is at the moment really has a lot of stress in it. Yeah, so if they might be over accommodating, you guys might find that they have much higher myopia than what they have. Or for instance, if they have latent um, uh, myopia in a way, yeah, where it's kind of like hidden, like how do we really get it out of them? Okay, so you might find that some kids who come in, they have vision of like 6/6 or 20/20, but then when you check their vision, their myopic vision, you realize that it's actually much higher than what you thought it was. All right, and sometimes it can be due to the results of the eyeball itself being a bit too long, or it could be due to the curvature of the cornea or the contact lens. And this definition is actually from the International Myopia Institute. Yeah, and of course, with the IMI, as we call it, they're like an international kind of like group of professionals who really define what myopia is. And this is their definition of it. So to simply put it, anyone with a prescription of minus 050 or above, when their eyes are relaxed, does have myopia. So this is how we're going to classify myopia in a way. All right. So there are what we call pre-myopia. And then there's also what we call low myopia. And then there's also something which is high myopia. So there's actually a few levels of myopia in a way. Yeah, where we definitely want to make sure that we know where our patient is sitting. Now, as you can see, the definition for pre-myopia is a refractive state where the child's vision is at a plus 0.75 to a minus 0.50. So that's kind of the range. And of course, this is all of it when ocular accommodation or the accommodation of the patient is nice and relaxed. Now, this is something that was interesting for me too, when I found out a bit more about it, about low myopia. So for low myopia, the International Myopia Institute actually defined it as any refractive error between minus or 50 and minus 6. Now, I do know that a lot of us might be a bit more familiar with something what's called like moderate myopia or like medium level of myopia. Even I kind of like when I was back in uni, I was told about that classification a bit more. I would say it's roughly between like that -2 to -6 in a way. Yeah, so that would be considered like moderate myopia. Okay, so just so everyone is a bit more aware about it. And then as we go on, when we talk about high myopia, this is where there's no two ways about it. All of us know that the definition for high myopia in most research papers is like -5 or -6. And the IMI has actually labeled the classification for high myopia to be a -6. So let's talk about the prevalence rate and the epidemiology of myopia worldwide in a way. Now, at this current moment, okay, so in the year 2024, the global prevalence of myopia is 30%. And there are two areas where it's just a bit more than other places. So the first one being in the first one being in East Asia, and then the second one also being in Southeast Asia. So these two are the places, all right, where there's actually a higher prevalence of myopia. And we know that with the higher prevalence of myopia in a way, these places usually you have more people or more kids and adults also who are wearing glasses. So let me just kind of define that a bit more. Like, what do we mean by East Asia? So East Asia basically is the area of Asia that includes countries like Japan, China, Mongolia, North and South Korea, and Taiwan. All right. Now, when we talk about Southeast Asia, there's actually a bit more country in them. So we're talking about like Brunei, Myanmar, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, my home country, Thailand, and Vietnam. Okay. Yeah, so that's just to give you guys a bit more of an idea of like what's like who might be considered East Asians or who might be considered Southeast Asians. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, moving on. So this is the statistics that I'm very sure all of us know about, which is this is said by the late Brian Holden, where back in 2016 he did predict that he and a group of researchers, where in the paper it states we predict that by 2050 there'll be 4,758 million people with myopia, which is roughly about 50% of the world population. And also 938 million people with high myopia. So that's roughly about 10% of the population. So can you guys just imagine that at the moment we're only at 30%, but we're going to get to like 50%, and there's going to be a 20% increase. If we as optometrists, do not do anything much about it, what is going to happen to the future? Like everyone's going to be way more short-sighted. Like even myself now, I mean, you guys pretty sure when you have to look at this now, and if you guys have to look at my eyes, okay, I'm just gonna stop sharing the screen for a moment so that everyone can see me a bit more. Yeah, so if you have a look at me, right, and if you have to look at my glasses, I'm just gonna come in a bit closer. You can see that I have one eye a bit more highly myopic compared to my other eye. So I myself, is someone who has really high myopia, and believe it or not, both my parents are ametropic, if anything, slightly hyperopic. They do not wear glasses their whole life. Now they maybe need the glasses for reading, but throughout their whole life, they've never needed it. So I was one of those myopes who really got high myopia, just because of environmental factors, which we are going to go through it a bit more in the upcoming slides. All right, so let me share my screen back again. All right, we're good to go. All right, so let's go on. All right, so just over here. All right, so now we're going to talk about the impact of myopia on the ocular health and vision. So we know that myopia, it increases the risk of various ocular condition. And some of the ones that we really know of is that retinal detachment or also retinal tears. And then, so how retinal detachment really affects someone is we know that they actually lose a part of their field of vision. And it depends whether the macula is on or it has gone off. That determines the severity of that detachment of the retina. So we know that if the macula is off, right, they will definitely have a lot of vision issues. They will definitely notice it. And I have had a lot of my patients who are much older patients who had to go through this, like retinal detachment. But let's not talk about much older patients, even those younger ones in their 20s, because they have high myopia of like maybe -8. That is actually pretty high. And that really causes them to really have all these issues coming up. All right. Now, next thing, myopic maculopathy. So I would just like to share a story where literally last week, so I'm talking about, let's see, it was on a Thursday. Yeah, so we're talking about just about 5-6 days ago right here. that I had a patient, she was 78. All right. When I saw her, I knew that she couldn't kind of see well, but I had no idea. She came in, and guess what? Her prescription, all right, I was really shocked. She was only like a -2. I checked her eyes and realized that, hey, she still has cataract. So what's going on? Because I was so surprised that her vision, all right, best corrected, she was only seeing like 636. So that's gonna be roughly about like about like 2120 in a way. Uh and that's the best corrected vision. I was really shocked. And when I had a look at her retina, this was basically what I saw: myopic maculopathy. All right, where the center of the macula is just because of the stretching of the retina and all that degeneration going on. She cannot see very well anymore now, and she was still pretty happy with her life. She's not driving anymore. She fortunately doesn't need like a walking stick to go around, but of course, she is a bit more dependent on having people around her. So we want to help people like my patient here, who I just talked about, so that they won't really get all these issues going on in their life. Now, the last thing is also glaucoma. So glaucoma is one of those things where we definitely know that can be caused by very high myopia. So I would just like to show this part. So if you guys see this white ring over here, right? Yeah, that is because of the stretching of the retina, and it has actually revealed the inner layers. So this seems like we've even past the chora. It seems like we're in the sclera already because of the stretching of the macula, of the retina, all right, which has caused all of these issues right here. And as you can see, another thing about glaucoma also, if you have a look at the optic nerve, I'm not really sure if you guys can see this very well, but you can see that the nerves looks really, really thinned out, and it's pretty much a cut out disc where basically myopia is just have caused all this degeneration, causing some sort of a secondary glaucoma in a way. All right, so let's move on. So we next going to talk about, yeah, the impact on the ocular health and vision. So yeah, so like I just mentioned just now, that high myopia can relate to very severe vision loss and blindness if left unmanaged. So in the case of my patient, she's pretty lucky. She does not need a guide dog. She does not have a walking cane. She can kind of see where she's going, so it's not too bad. But for instance, this gentleman in the photo, one reason why they always wear sunglasses, because it just doesn't look nice as for them when the eyes are just not looking at the right place. But the other thing also, yeah, they usually would have either a guide up with them or use like a walking cane of some sort. All right, so let's dive into it. Patient history assessment. All right, so just a bit of a reminder for you guys, if you guys do not have the toolkit just yet, I think we had someone who recently joined our conversation right here. Yeah, so we're just gonna drop the link again in the chat, just in case if you guys have not received it or have not got it yet. But once you guys type this link, you guys will be onto you just have to input your first name and then your email address, and then you'll get the whole thing sent to you to your email. So you have to get it from your email, all right? So just take note of it. All right, so let's go on to the next one. So we're going to talk about the importance of comprehensive history taking. So one thing we know is that the patient history provides us a lot of information because it gives us insight into things like their genetic predisposition, their lifestyle factors, and also if they do at the moment have any ocular health issues in a way. All right, so that's one thing to consider. Also, a thorough history do enable us as optometrists and eye doctors to be able to identify all the different risk factors and also the myopia progression and tailor management strategies accordingly. All right, so moving on. So this is what the risk assessment toolkit is like for the patient history assessment. So we're gonna go through every single one of it right here. So let's go on to our very first one. Yeah. All right, so we're going to be talking about the about age. So we know that if myopia happens to a kid who is much younger, all right, there is definitely a higher risk of progression, that their myopia can get worse even quicker. Now, the risk of myopia can be identified by comparing their refractive error to age norms. So if you guys have a look here at the table on your right-hand side, all right? Yeah, so this is this table right here. I personally find it very, very useful because it gives me a really good idea of if they're 6, what prescription they should be at. Now, of course, we know that some of our patients are going to be slightly a bit more, and some of them are going to be slightly a bit less. One of the most accurate way to measure is, of course, under cycloplegia, right? Just to make sure the eyes are really nice and relaxed, and then you'll be able to tell exactly where they fall into. Now, generally, if they have less hyperopia than normal, the yeah, so if they have less hyperopia than normal, it means that they have a high risk of developing myopia. So what that means is that, so for instance, if you look over here, right? Okay, so 6-year-old, they should be a plus 0.75, all right? Now, but if let's say they are much less than, I mean, if their prescription is like a plano, or maybe they're a plus 0.25, it might mean that they have a higher chance of really progressing much more. All right, so we just want to take note, what is their age and what is the age refraction norm? So this is very important. You guys can screenshot this if you want to, because let me tell you, like that table there, I find it super, super valuable, all right? So that you can just refer to it really easily. Now, for future myopes, who show less, they can actually show less hyperopia up to 4 years before the onset compared to their other peers who remain ametropic. So basically, like if someone is 6-year-old to today and they're 0.75, let's say patient A, and then you have someone who's a plus 0.25, who's also 6-year-old is patient B. Comparing patient A to patient B, because they are less hyperopic, there's a chance that they can actually become myopes about 4 or 5 years down the road. So that's why it's important for us to be able to tell regarding age in a way. And we know that the younger age onset is one of the main risk factors, regardless of a lot of things. So we're talking about regardless of the gender, ethnicity, even, school habits, reading habits, or even parental myopia. So just imagine that, guys, age is actually a really, really huge risk factor right here that we have to definitely consider when we talk about myopia. Now, let's go on to the next one about ethnicity. Now, there are certain ethnic groups, as we've discussed about earlier, mainly East and Southeast Asians who have a higher prevalence of myopia. So just to reinforce again, when we talk about East Asians, these are people who are in countries like China, Japan, Mongolia, North and South Korea, and Taiwan. And when we talk about Southeast Asia, it's countries like Brunei, Myanmar, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam, and Thailand. All right. So just so everyone has a really good idea. Now, ethnicity does affect myopia risk due to both two things, genetic and cultural factors, because there have been studies that shows that myopia rate actually differ. It is actually very different among different ethnic group, and often it's due to environmental factors. So what does this mean? Now, in my homeland, in Singapore, where I was born and raised, all right, so we can see that in Singapore, there's a lot of ethnic group over there. Myself, I am Malay, yeah, but there's also, I grew up with Chinese friends, Indian friends, and we can see that generally among the Chinese, myopia is much more common among the Chinese, Indian, and Malay people in Singapore. But guess what? It's actually less common in India and in Malaysia than it is in Singapore, which does indicate that environmental factors maybe might play a bigger role in all these things. But this also suggests that because in Singapore, honestly, for myself, as you guys can see, I'm wearing glasses, education system, growing up, was just one assessment book after the other one, all right? So like I would finish school probably at 1. Sometimes we do have like what we call like some extra classes after school ends, which might end at 3:30. Go home, usually there's about 2, 3 subjects of homework. And on top of that, gonna do some assessment books after that. So some of you guys might be able to relate to this in a way. All right, so let's go on. Oh yeah, just before we go on, I just want to emphasize on this. Yes, generally in Singapore, we do less time, we do spend less time outdoors. And of course, that as we know, outdoors is one of the things we're going to talk about also, which does contribute to higher myopia. Now, next thing is about family history. So when we talk about family history, if there is a positive family history, it increases the risk of really developing myopia. And one of the reason is that it is both due to two things. So genetic inheritance, number one, and then also a shared lifestyle habit. So what does it really mean by a shared lifestyle habit? What it basically means is that yes, if like for instance, if a patient has both parents who are both myopic, it's most likely that maybe their parents tend to maybe prioritize doing studies, doing a bit more like assessment, extra classes, and all these kind of things, which means that they just do a bit more new work, and hence it might lead to them having myopia. And then the other thing also, which studies have shown that children with one or both myopic parents have a higher risk of developing myopia, even across different ethnic groups. So yeah, there's a couple of things to take note also. All right, so key risk factors. Next one we're going to talk about is lifestyle factors, okay? All right, guys, so if you might have kind of like skimmed through a bit all the other ones, this is the one that you really have to like kind of focus on, because this one is like the super important one right here, okay? Lifestyle factors, all right? So things like limited outdoor time and also prolonged near work, these actually contribute to myopia development. So you guys need to know about it, okay? So we're going to talk about like the digital devices. As we know, the increased use of computers and smartphone, it actually may increase myopia risks by raising near work and reducing outdoor activities. So just take note of that. The reason why they do get all of this happening is because of that. It's because there's an increase in the near work in computers and also a decrease, okay, in things like outdoor activities. That's the reason why. So countries like Taiwan and China, apparently they are implementing screen time limits to control myopia as much as possible. And again, the evidence, linking between the digital devices and myopia is mixed. There's not really any clear proof that screen time is more harmful than traditional near work. So like, if you have kids coming in who just enjoy reading, not necessarily like spending time on screens per se, they might also still be at a higher risk of getting myopia, of developing myopia even more. So just take note of that. So a bit of the historical context here is as what they said at the end there, that the rise in myopia, it really began before the widespread of all the digital devices and screens. So this does suggest that traditional near work may have a similar impact in a way. All right, so next one is prescription changes. So prescription changes now, I would say that this is not the traditional like a risk factor per se, if we really think about it. All right. But it's more of the thing that I've been seeing a lot that's been happening. So for instance, if you have someone coming in and they have a much more regular increase in like their prescription for the glasses and their vision just gets worse over time, this is more likely than not is going to suggest that they are going to be rapidly progressing. So I'll give you guys a really easy example to understand. So someone comes in and their prescription is a -2, and you're like, oh, okay. So let's have a look at what your prescription was before this. And if it's the first time that they're in your practice, there's no way for you to figure out. But there actually is a way, which I know that you guys know, which is that we can just grab the glasses and then just get the prescription off the vert machine in a way, right? Yeah, so that's a good way for us to know. And also we can ask them, hey, when did you last get your glasses? So if let's say now they're a -2 and the current glasses is a -1 and it's been a year, So we know that generally in a year they have progressed by 1 diopter. So that's actually quite a huge change, of course, depending on what's their age group. But the younger they are, the more it shows that their prescription can progress faster and faster, leading to much higher refractive error over time also. Now, early intervention is super important. That's why, kids who are really young, who can't see well, we do recommend them to actually come in for eye tests much more frequently. Yes, we do have to talk to parents also about the importance of telling their kids to come in for an eye test. So all these things are actually super duper important in a way, all right? Yeah, just to kind of like slow down the progression and also to protect their long-term vision. I feel parents just need to understand that a bit more. And look, I do not really blame parents for not knowing the bad effects of myopia. This is to just kind of like share with you guys a bit more. I'll probably just stop sharing for a moment. I'm not sure if you guys can, fully relate to this that you might have been getting in your practice, which is that I do get a lot of patients coming in. All right. And then like their kids are at the moment like still pretty young, maybe anywhere between 6 to 10 years old. So parents usually might maybe be in their like 30s to maybe at most in their 40s, all right, who have kids who are this young. When they see their kids' eyes getting worse, the first thing that they think about is, my kid's been spending too much time on screens, they have to stop doing it. Well, that's true. That's one thing that they can stop doing. But on top of that, also is trying to get parents to understand, hey, yes, I do understand that, your kid needs glass to see clearly. That's okay. But this is something that we have to talk about, which is myopia management. And you'll be surprised at how many patients, and I've been like doing this for a good like 6 years right now. Until today, I still get parents who would ask me, like, hey, like, what is this like, what is this myopia management thing, yeah, like is this really something real, or is this something that you're just going to get more money out of me? As we know that generally, especially as I know over here in Australia, myopia management can cost quite a bit sometimes. There are much more like affordable options where some options we can like kind of like do some sort of a prepayment, but then again, generally myopia management is something that is pretty expensive at the moment for most people, or I would say they perceive it to be pretty expensive. So I do understand it's actually pretty challenging in this day and age. And again, that's one of the many reasons why I'm doing this challenge for you guys also, just to understand that like I know how it feels like, to have parents who just maybe doubt you. I'm actually really curious, yeah. With whoever that is here, if I can just ask you guys, do you guys usually face issues with parents when it comes to myopia management? And if you could just share, like, sometimes what are the main challenges that you do have? If you can just type that in the chat box, that'll be great. I really appreciate it. Yep. While I just go through and talk about the next thing. Okay. All right. So moving on right here. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about how everything here really translates, okay, into the toolkit itself in a way. Like what is it? So if you have a look, if you refer to page 7 of the myopia risk assessment toolkit, this is what that you will realize actually that there is a place where it talks about all the different risk factors and subcategories of it. And also if, they would be deemed as low, medium, or high myopia. Now, as you guys can tell, there is actually a reference page all the way at the end. That's where I get all the references for all the different things that we have seen over here. Some of them are like web pages, some of them are like research papers, and this is something that I keep on like referring to because sometimes, all right, you might get parents who want to ask, hey, although I've only maybe get just one parent, in fact, in the past 6 years who've really asked for like, hey, what are the references? I'm just really curious because he himself is a researcher and he just wants to know a bit more about myopia. So he was being really proactive about it, yeah, which I thought was actually really good. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, so I just want to talk a bit about it, about how we're going to categorize. So generally, when we look at age, right? So anyone who's less than 18 years old, they do have a higher chance of sorry, yes, less than 18 right here, as you guys can see, they do have a higher chance of getting myopia progression, just progressing much more. They have a higher myopia risk in a way. Anyone who's less than 18 will definitely get it slightly a bit less. Okay. All right. So, yep. All right, sorry guys, I'm just having a look through some of the things that is mentioned right here. I think Emil, I think that's how I pronounce your name. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. I'm so sorry. But yeah, you do mention that the high cost of myopia management, yeah, that's one of the struggles, yeah, which I totally understand because I get it a lot also. And secondly, not understanding the ocular complications of myopia. This is so true. Okay, so I can totally relate to this. I'm just going to stop sharing for a while. I can totally relate to how you are feeling because that is exactly what I had to go through since I've started myopia management. And especially because I was really new back then. The way that I talked about it, it was just like I was trying to give them 1,000 information. And they're just like, the more I tell them about it, the more they seem to not really trust me, which is really, really funny, you know? Yeah, so that's one of the interesting things. And yeah, not understanding ocular complication. This is the reason why there has to be much more education around what happens to people who have really high myopia. I do, talk to parents about this bit also because I feel that some of them just do not really understand as to why. Like, like they think that myopia is just a vision issue. And look, I don't fully blame them because for me myself, when I was growing up, that was the only thing that was talked about. All right. My prescription got worse over time. And guess what? The only thing that was mentioned was get stronger glasses. I remember when I was 8 years old, I was my prescription was only like a minus 150, like or minus one. It wasn't even that high. And guess what? Over time, it just got worse and worse. Okay. So that's one of the reasons why my myopia is probably what it is now because myopia management was not a thing. And this is just talking about like just a bit over 20 years ago. So it's not that long, so it is understandable why a lot of parents do not really consider like myopia to be an ocular health issue. They just see it as a vision issue. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I really do appreciate it. Yeah. So let's just get back into these slides here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Now, the second thing that we want to talk about is also the effect of the ethnicity. So as we know, if someone is not Asian, there's a lower chance of progression. If they're Asian, then of course there's a higher chance of progression. And of course, for East Asians, it's probably one of the highest, right? Yeah, so just take note, East Asian, like I mentioned, just in case, I know I sound like a broken record right now, but for anyone who's from China or from South Korea, yeah, that region, Taiwan, yeah, so those who we would consider East Asians. Okay, now I must admit sometimes like you might not really want to ask us your patient these different things, and that's why personally I find having this questionnaire much more easier because they can just write it down. Okay, yeah, it just makes things a bit more simple that way. Okay, next one, moving on, myopic family members. As we've gone through, if they have one or two parents who myopic, that increases the chances, but also do ask them about siblings. Like myself, again, I'm a really good case study right here where both my sister, myself, and one of my younger brother, 3 out of 5 of us siblings are actually highly myopic. So we have high myopia, while our parents, both of them are like high probes, if anything. Okay, so yeah, so it's really important to ask about siblings, family history, very important also. Now, lifestyle, the last two here is probably one of the more important ones, including the age also, where outdoor activities. So if they do spend less than 2 hours outdoors every day, higher chance of myopia. And also, if they do spend about 1 to 2, we will consider that as like medium risk. And then less than 1 hour, definitely more high risk. Now, screen time per day. So screen time also plays a really huge part. Now, these days, yes, we do understand kids even have to use screens in school. So when we say screen time per day, basically it's to do with that near work. And this is near work that's more of like leisure outside of school time and also outside of like if they have to do any kind of homework. Now, if kids are just spending 2 hours just, a bit here, a bit there, that's fine. But these days, they're spending much more than that, as we know. Okay, so moving on. This is what you've all probably been waiting for, right? The challenge itself. Okay. All right. So, day one. Are you guys ready for day one's challenge? So, just so you guys know, these are actually real case studies from patients that I have that I am currently managing at the moment. So this is not something that is like, I just thought that, oh, I can just put some numbers in and then just, made it out, because I want this to be as real as possible. Because I feel that if I were to give you guys a fake case, then what's the point of it? There's really no point in me giving you a fake case, because if I were to give you a fake case, then it doesn't really have all those like intricacies and all those things that, might be like a plot twist, if that makes sense. Okay. So today we're gonna dive straight into the challenge, as we can see right here. All right, so case study number one. This is the very first one right here. Yeah. Now, if you guys can take a screenshot of it, that would be really appreciated. Yeah, so that you guys know what are the things that we're looking at today, and yeah, what are the questions that we're gonna have. So there's gonna be three case studies. This is the first out of the three. So the first one is a patient of mine, AJ, 12 years old, Taiwanese boy, right? So he's been having a lot of blurry vision, but only in his left eye for the past 6 months when he presents to me. And father is a high myope. Mom is fine. She's ametropic, just wear reading glasses. The younger brother, who is 2 years younger, so not older brother, the younger one, is a low myope and is wearing ortho-K lenses, all right, and has been wearing ortho-K lenses for about 2.5 years with myself. So now I think it's almost about three, since this particular case. So AG spends at most only 1 hour outdoor each day, if any, and also about 4 hours at least on screens or close-up work. Now, the other thing also, he's never worn glasses. So let's see, what do you guys think AJ's myopia risk is? Low, medium, or high? So don't tell me just yet about it, okay? I just want you guys to think about it. Yeah, so I hope you guys have taken a screenshot of this one, because I am gonna move on to the next one right now. All right, so case study two. So Evie, 6-year-old Caucasian girl, has been dealing with blurry vision in both eyes for the past year. All right. Her parents have no history of wearing glasses. She has no siblings. Evie loves reading and spends 4 to 6 hours a day immersed in books. All right. So again, this is one of those cases where she's not spending time on screens. She loves reading. She really loves and enjoy to read books of like different tales and whatnot. Really, I find it quite surprising for a 6-year-old that she actually reads that much. Okay, and yeah, if anything, she maybe spend only an hour outdoor each day, and she's never worn prescription glasses before. Okay, so is her myopia, will we say it's low risk? Is it medium risk, somewhere in the middle? Or is it really high risk? So I hope you guys have taken a screenshot of this one. And the last one here, case number three. Now, RL is a 19-year-old, so she's a bit mixed. She's mixed Caucasian and Chinese, who have been experiencing blurry vision in both eyes for the past 6 months. So she does note that it takes a while for her vision to clear up, especially when she's looking away after a long day, if she's at work pretty much. So especially when she's driving, that's when she really noted. So both of her parents do wear glasses, but only for reading. She has an older brother who's a low myope, so just wears glasses as and when, really. And the other thing also is that she does spend at least 2 hours outdoors. She does enjoy activities like running and working out. So she does spend about maybe 4 hours on screens daily. And she did wear glasses maybe about 6 years ago, but that was just to help with focusing a bit in schoolwork. Okay. Yeah. So this is a third one. I hope you guys have taken a screenshot of this. Yeah. Now, this is for today. I really hope you guys can join the discussion on Facebook. All right. So if you guys can, if you guys viewing this on your desktop, do scan the QR code here, because this is like the main place where all of us are going to be hanging out at, all right? And we're gonna drop the link in the chat box also so that you guys would be able to go into the go to the page. Yeah, let me see if I have the link for the Facebook page. All right, so let's see. All right, just give me a moment, guys. I'm just gonna put this in. Story. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, just in case the QR code is not working, this is where you can come in and join. Yeah, where we will be discussing all of the cases that we've talked about pretty much. Okay, and yeah, that will be the main thing. So yeah, I do hope that you guys have really got something out of it today, because the answers to all those questions will be revealed tomorrow. Today I am gonna like post some things on that Facebook page, so definitely join me. All right, and I'll be definitely looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. And yeah, definitely thank you so much for like joining in. Yeah, because I really truly appreciate it. And yeah, I definitely can't wait for the next one. All right, so that's it, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, yeah, just feel free to drop it in the chat. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions anytime. Yep. All right, yeah. So I might just maybe stop the recording just right here, but feel free to hang around for a bit, guys. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming in today for the very second day of the 5-day myopia risk assessment challenge. My name is Shafiq, and I am going to be presenting everything that we're going to be talking about today. Yeah, so we actually got a lot to go through for today. But just before we dive into it, yeah, I just thought to do like a couple of like housekeeping as to see what are the things like where can you guys find like the online recordings and whatnot. Yeah, so I would really like to show those things to you guys before we really start anything. Yeah, so that's what we might do for now. So I'm just going to be sharing my screen so you guys have a good idea of what I'm talking about, and I'm not just like kind of rambling on right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is what you guys can see here at the moment. I really hope you guys can see this. Yeah. So what we're doing here, this is the module itself, the 5-day risk assessment. So you can see that if you just go to the home page right here, okay, so yours might just look a bit different than mine, to be honest. But it's okay. You can still join. I'll try to see if I have the other preview, but yeah, okay. So this is the one. It's probably a bit more similar to what you guys might see. So when you guys type the link, I'm just gonna drop it in the chat box over here. Let's see. Mhm. Okay, yeah. So if I just drop it in the text box there, that is the link that when you guys type it in, you should be able to get to this page, all right? And then from this page, if you have signed in for an account and everything, yeah, that's when we will be yeah, be able to kind of go through everything, yeah? So if you guys have a look again, so we just want to make sure that we type everything in, and then once we have typed it in, all right, we can see here this is the place itself where you can then assess the challenge. So yesterday challenge is up already. So if you just click here, you will get to a different page. So let's just wait a bit for this to load up just to show you guys where to find it. And then if you click on session 1, which is yesterday, then here you go. Okay, so you are able to assess the 5-day challenge from here. All right, so that you can see if you want to just review it again and go through any particular thing. Okay, yeah, so that's just a bit of housekeeping. This is also the Facebook group for you guys to join. Right, so that's the Facebook group. I'll just drop that in the chat also, just in case if any of you guys have not yet joined in. Yeah. So that's going to be great. Yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty much about it. Okay. And then let's dive into it actually, into what we want to go through for today, which is the day 2 challenge here itself. Okay. Yeah. Right. So we're gonna dive right into it today. Yeah. Yeah, so welcome guys to the day 2 challenge of the 5-day myopia risk assessment. Yeah, so for today, there's a couple of things that we're going to be going through. So just a bit of an idea again, an overview about what are all the different things that we're going to be going through. Yesterday, we already went through the patient history taking, and there was a challenge. So I hope that you guys did had a look through it, and then maybe have some sort of an idea of which one it might be and which one it might be not. And then today is where we're going to go through vision and binocular function assessment, also binocular vision. So this is actually quite a bit today that we're going to be going through. And I really hope that an hour is enough for me to be able to talk about everything right here. Yeah. Yeah. So, mm. Okay, so let's dive into it. So here's the learning objective for today. So as you can see, first thing we're going to be doing is about understanding the role of vision and also binocular vision in myopia risk assessment. And then we're going to go on to talk about using the Snellen chart or the Lachman chart actually to assess vision, going on to retinoscopy and also autorefraction. And then after that, the ways to subject the subjective refraction, and then going on to Fourier measurements, and then lastly ending with accommodation and also the ACA ratio. Now, this is me coming into this is not to tell you guys how to do it, because I'm sure all you guys optometrists already know how to do all these different things. And some of you guys have been in practice already, okay? So the main idea for today is pretty much um, just tell what are the intricacies of all the different things right here that we are going to be going through so that you can understand it a bit more. So before that, let's talk about day one's challenge. What are the answers? Okay. Now, the first case study, if you guys recall, the 12-year-old Taiwanese boy. So dad is pretty highly myopic, but mom is ametropic, and then also he has a younger brother who's currently wearing ortho-K. All right. So this is the very first one. Only spend an hour outdoor each day and 4 hours daily just on screen. So that's actually quite a bit. So the answer is he is actually at a high risk of developing myopia for various reasons. Okay, so his symptoms: blurry vision in the left eye, family history, pretty strong family history. So dad and the younger brother, both of them are myopic, and his lifestyle factors. Look at that. He only spent an hour outdoor each day, and also 4 hours on screens. Right, so that's a lot. Now, yes, he's never worn glasses before, which is good. But then again, this might mean that there might really be something going on with his prescription. So if you guys got to this conclusion, then that's great. Now, next one is the case 2-day study where Evie, who's a 6-year-old girl, and yeah, she has been dealing with blurry vision for quite a while. And then after that, her parents do not wear glasses, no siblings, but she enjoys reading a lot. So she actually read a lot of books. Okay, so we're not talking about like screens, but more books. And also, she never worn glasses before. So, low, medium, or high? Answer is she's at the medium risk. Okay. Now, so this is a bit of one of those like tricky ones because, of course, we don't have all the answers just yet because we haven't done all the assessment. But the reason why Evie is actually at a medium risk is because of the fact that she does have very blurry vision in both eyes. It's been a while already. Family history is fine, but look at that lifestyle factor. If you guys really look into it, 4 to 6 hours every single day. All right, just reading because she really enjoys it a lot. Yes, though she's never worn glasses and she does spend time outdoors. So that's the reason why, like, it seems like she is risky, but she's not like super duper risky. So that's why I would put her as a medium risk of developing myopia just based on the case history itself. Now, case number 3, all right, this is a bit of like a slightly longer one, but basically a 19-year-old who's been experiencing some blurry vision in both eyes for the past 6 months. She did mention that it takes a while for things to clear up. She has a brother who is a low myope, but only wears glasses as and when. And also, she enjoys spending time outdoors a lot. So she seemed like she might be pretty okay. And if you guys had guessed that she is a low myope, or sorry, a low risk of developing myopia, you are right. Now, although yes, it's a bit of a mix in terms of the family history right there, but in terms of again the symptom that she's experiencing, that's just one thing. But family history looks pretty good, apart from the older brother who's just a really low myope. Really great lifestyle factors right there. So she doesn't spend too much time just like sitting down on screens and just reading and stuff. So that's definitely great. Okay. And the last one is about the prescription history. So again, she's been wearing glasses for the past 6 years to help with focusing on schoolwork. All right. Yeah. So 6 years ago when she wore the glasses, it doesn't seem like it might be for myopia. It might just be a bit more for focusing if you think about it, just to help to focus on like, most of our patients who might be hyperopic, they might face this issue. So this is what basically that's happening right here. So she's actually at a pretty low risk. All right, so that's not the end of those cases. I still want you to keep it in mind because we're definitely going to go back to it after. All right, those are the three cases we will be going throughout this whole risk assessment journey so that you guys can see how I do my risk assessment with all of my patients right here. So let's dive into it. Really interesting topic today. We're going to talk about how vision and binocular vision or binocular function, how it relates to myopia risk assessment. Now, a few things that we have to know here is that when we identify risks, it's just really important for us to do that because we want to make sure that if the myopes, if they're either developing or if there's any progression, we want to make sure that we monitor it and also we detect the signs for myopia as early as we can. All right. Yeah. So I feel like that's one of the more important things to do also. It's very important for us to be able to detect the myopia from a very early stage. Yeah. And then let's see. From here also, we're talking about like, so because once we know all that, right, we would know how to then treat them. Okay. And then also what we want to do is to measure the changes in the vision over time because we want to know how effective it is, all right, when we're doing all the different treatment options. But tomorrow is going to be a pretty interesting day because I'm going to be talking about something that is kind of like the gold standard in the world of myopia management now. So definitely stay tuned for that one. Yep. Okay, so the role of binocular function in risk assessment. So link not cause. So what it's mean is that new work and accommodation, it has been linked to myopia, but it doesn't show that it causes it. Okay, so this is two very different things to know. New work and binocular changes. I mean, in terms of the accommodation, has not been proven to cause myopia, but there is a link in terms of if someone spends a lot of time doing new work, they then might have myopia. All right. And then, so next thing we're going to be talking about is a bit about the ACA ratio, as you guys can see. So ACA ratio, which we'll go through a bit more about, but it's just in terms of like, if you guys present a lens in front of the child or the myopic patient in a way, how much their binocular function or their foria change by. Okay, we'll go through that a bit more later on, but it has been shown that for those who are pre-myopic before the onset, they do show a slightly highly elevated level of ACA ratio. And the last one here we be talking about is the lack of accommodation. Now, it's pretty common in myopes, as it's mentioned here, it might not be a super reliable indicator on onset or progression, but it's something that we can monitor just to see if, our patients might be at a higher or lower risk of myopia. Okay. And yeah, so those are the main things for it. Just in case you guys want to know where I get this from, it's actually from the Myopia Institute, because they always do like those international papers. I am gonna drop the link in the chat box also, so let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so just in case you're wondering where I get all this information from, this is where it's from, okay? All right, so let's move on. Now, intermittent exotropia. This is the one that has been linked to higher prevalence of myopia, because this something that's good is that there have been children who have been followed over a pretty long period. So we're talking about 8 years over here. Yeah. So over a course of like 8 years, right? It has been shown that 90, so by the age of 10, 50% of them don't develop myopia. And guess what? By the age of 20, 90% get it, all right? And personally, I have had friends who have intermittent exotropia who actually do develop myopia, or I have personally a lot of patients in the practice that I work at who with intermittent exotropia, it does lead to myopia also. Okay. Yeah. So even those who had undergone surgery, guess what? It does not really significantly affect any of the myopia progression rate. It seems that even with surgery, myopia is still progressing in all of them. So that's what I found that is kind of like pretty interesting in a way. Yeah. So next thing, let's talk about esophoria and blood. So we know that near esophoria is not really linked to progression, but there is a thought where the blur from the accommodation lag and also the short working distance, those things do play a role, okay? Accommodation lag and also short working distances. So this is the reason why we want to measure the accommodation lag of our myopic patients, just to understand a bit more about their accommodation posture. So the current understanding is this, that there have been some interventions which do target accommodation, right? But they find that what's more important to control myopia is having clear retinal images. And just so a bit of information about these interventions that use to target accommodation. So I actually looked a bit more into it, and guess what? The intervention method that they use is actually multifocal contact lenses and also bifocal contact lenses, which personally I've never heard it before. But yeah, apparently, of course, there is such a thing as bifocal contact lenses, and that is what that was used in this particular study, which you can find from the link that I've dropped in the chat also. Yeah. So let's get assessing. Okay. So diving straight into it. So this is going to be relevant to the examination room checklist, which is page 5 of the myopia risk assessment toolkit. All right. Yeah. So yeah, let me drop the link into the chat here. Yeah. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah, so that is the link for the myopia risk assessment toolkit, just in case you guys do not have it just yet. Yeah, but that's where it is basically. Yeah. Right. Let's see. Okay, so let's move on. All right, so over here we're going to be talking about the visual acuity. So that's going to be the top left-hand box, as you guys can see. So when we measuring the visual acuity in a way, we just want to see how clearly a person can see. So someone who's an emmetrope should be able to get to 6/6 or 20/20, all right? And also you can assess it using either a Snellen chart or a Lockma chart. The practice that I work at, we just use a Snellen chart. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter which one that you guys go with. And then, of course, you want to measure it with and without contact lenses, or with and without glasses, because you guys want to see how well they're seeing without anything. And then also when they wear their current prescription, what is their vision like? In my opinion, when you check the vision with the glasses, and then when parents who are in the room see that their kids can't see as well as they thought their kids could see, usually that itself shows that the kids' eyes have gotten worse, and they just and they're just able to like kind of like accept it a bit more. So yeah, so just take note of that. Yeah, and then going on. Yeah. All right. So this is the table that I kind of use to kind of just predict, roughly what level of vision that they have. This is unaided vision, of course, and roughly what prescription they might be. Okay. Yeah. So feel free, guys, if you want to just like kind of like screenshot this particular page, just go for it. Yeah. And one thing that is generally, as we know, is that most people will start to notice blur roughly around that 6/9 or 20/30. Okay. Yeah. So when we get to like 6, 7.5, or roughly somewhere around there, they do notice a bit of blur, but I find that most of the time they're still pretty okay with it. But when it gets to here, That's when things are not that good. Now, I was just looking at vision driving requirements in different countries. So like myself here in Australia, so 612 is the minimum driving standards. I was looking up in the USA, and please guys correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, okay? That it does vary between states. Some states has to be like 20/40, and in some states, even if you're seeing like 20/100, you can still kind of like drive without any corrective glasses. Yeah, so it varies wherever you go. In Canada, apparently it's 615 in order for you to be able to drive. And of course, this is not commercial standards. This is just for like private driving, non-commercial, right? Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. So Caroline says 2040 in Texas. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah. So yeah, so as we can tell, different states, different parts of the world, all of us have slightly different different idea, not really different idea, but different kind of like standards in a way. Yeah. So as you guys can see, yeah. So this is a table that I kind of use, and as you can see that lower as we go down the line over here, right? Do you see that the prescription for what we expect to be it varies a lot? So for instance, over here for 6120, we expect them to be like a minus 425 to a 5, and that's like a 0.75 change. But if you have a look here, if someone is 6'6" or 6'9", it's only a 0.25 difference between here. And one reason is we know with higher, as your vision gets worse, the variability just increases a bit more. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, just before I move on a bit more here, I'm just really curious to see from you guys who are here at the moment right now, in terms of like, when you're assessing vision for your patients, yeah, is there any particular way that you guys would usually like to do it? Yeah, is there, or is what I'm doing right here pretty much similar to what you guys have been kind of always been doing? Yeah, just let me know. Mm, mm. And also, if you know how many of you guys have been or currently like managing myopia in a way in your practices. Yeah, so I'm just really curious to know about that too. Very similar. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's actually really good to see. All right. Okay, so moving on. So it's good to know that we're not doing anything too different here in Australia as compared to over on the other side of the world in America. Yeah. All right. So moving on. Yeah. So next time we're going to talk about retinoscopy and also autorefraction. Okay. So this is going to relate to those two, the top right and also somewhere in the middle of the myopia risk assessment toolkit. I have dropped the link in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it in case you guys don't have it just yet. Yeah. Okay, so retinoscopy techniques. Okay, so when we talk about retinoscopy, it is a manual technique where basically we used to like shine light into our patient, and we just kind of like determine their refraction by neutralizing the movement of the light in their eye. Okay, so usually there's two main working distances. 50 centimeters and 67 because that determines your working distance lens. Yeah, and then these are the equipment that you would need. So yeah, you would definitely need a retinoscope and then also either a phoropter or you might need a couple of things right there. And just to share with you guys, personally, I like to use it's called a retinoscopy bar or like a red bar in a way. Yeah, so because a red bar is just really easy for you to kind of just like go through. And then while I read the patients, I'm then able to know, okay, how high the prescription is. If it's somewhere in the middle, then I will just, be able to adjust the prescription. Yeah. So retinoscopy technique and autorefraction, this is going to be pretty straightforward. For the autorefraction bit itself, you're using a machine in a way. So personally for me, I find it really useful when I get kids who are very, very young. So like kids who are 4-year-old or if they're not able to sit still and whatnot, those are the times where I would actually use this a bit more. Or usually with retinoscopy also, you are able to get very similar results in a way. But again, with younger kids, there is something else that we want to do, which I will go through about it very soon. Okay. Yeah. Now, next thing, after we've done all that, so we go into the subjective refraction process. Okay. Yeah. So this is where we use to basically determine what is the most accurate prescription that we are going to give to our patients. All right. So of course, it involves asking them a couple of questions, and then we adjust the lens so that they get the sharpest image. Now, the next bit here, this is the very important one. Ensure that you binocular balance. As long as your patient has similar visual acuity in both eyes, you can binocular balance them. And the one that I personally like to use is the plus one blur, or that's what we call it over here in Australia anyway, plus one fog or plus one blur. And the second one is a duochrome. Yeah. For you guys over here, do you guys have a preference? Like, which way do you usually use binocular balancing? Do you do the plus one fog or the duochrome? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so while you guys are typing in, I might just maybe move forward with it. Yeah, but these two are basically kind of like the most straightforward way in order for us to be doing that binocular balancing. Yeah, okay. All right, so this was the one that I said it was very important. Plus one, yeah. So Caroline, same with myself also. I love using the plus one just because I find it really easy. And I'll just stop sharing just for a moment here, just to share a bit of a story. I mean, not too much of a story, but yeah. So for myself personally, right? I remember back when I was a kid, because I've been wearing glasses since I was 8 years old. So I was very, very young. And one thing that I did back then when I was young was that every time the optician or the optometrist asked me, hey, is red clearer or is green clearer? I always say green because I love the color green, So just be a bit more careful. Yeah. If you are gonna be with kids in a way, because with kids sometimes they are a bit more, they might just choose the color that they like. But with the plus one blur, I usually find it's a bit better. Yeah. So, okay. So you do say you use red green monocularly and then plus one on binocular balance. Yeah. I think that's perfect too. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So this is something that interesting also is that I do find that it depends on which optometry school that you graduate from. So for instance, here in Australia, right? The school that I the yeah, the grad school that I was in, the university, we actually focus a lot on using the plus one blur. So that was what I was more used to. I have another colleague of mine who graduated from a different institution of optometry, and she said, "Oh, look, back where she learned optometry, it was all about duochrome." So that's just something that's really interesting. I'm not sure it's something that you can relate to also, but yeah, thanks for commenting on that. All right, so let me just share the screen back again. Yeah. All right. So this is what I would usually do. That if it's the first time I'm suspecting someone who has myopia, right? I would really be very inclined. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I'll be very inclined to just make sure that I cyclo them, because I do find that when I cyclo them, I have a much better idea of where they are really sitting at um in terms of their myopia. Okay. So that's very important. Okay, so let's talk about Forius and Tropius. So yeah, so this is going to be related more to the bottom left-hand side where we say the binocular vision assessment, right? That's where the cover test is. So as we know, cover test is one of the best way really for us to find out if someone has any uh hidden or like aphoria in a way, or someone who has a manifest eye alignment. So that's a tropia. So the easiest way, for us to think about it, if you look at them, the eyes looks pretty straight, and yeah, like usually it's okay. That is usually aphoria. But then again, if it's very evident that maybe one of their eye turns in or turns out, then that's definitely atropia. Okay. Some tropia are really, really small and it's hard to see. So that's why doing a unilateral and then an alternating cover test can just give us a bit of a better idea as to where they are sitting. Okay. Yeah, so this perform both at distance and at near also. Yeah, so there's two ways that we perform it right here. And then yeah, and then also so the reason why we want to evaluate this is so that we know that our patients have good eye alignment, All right, yeah. So of course it's for proper like binocular vision, and also, to prevent any eye strain that may contribute to myopia progression. All right, so moving on. Now, this is a simulator that I get from the AAO website, which I am gonna drop the link in the chat also. So just bear with me. I find this to be a very useful resource. So let me send it to everyone in the meeting. Here we go. All right, yeah. So I hope you guys could see that. Yeah. So use this resource, especially if you want to just, learn a bit more, or if you're not as confident yet in assessing forests or tropius and how we want to neutralize them. Yeah, as you can see in the online simulator, they even have like prisms over here. Okay. Yeah, but basically forests, these are the hidden kind of like deviations where one eye is the one that usually tends to drift a bit more when the other one is covered, but it remains aligned when both eyes are uncovered. Okay, yeah, so that's what it basically is. Now I want you guys to focus on this particular simulator here on the right eye. Okay, so keep looking at it and look what happened when I change the next slide. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Now this is a tropia. So I'm sure you guys, if you guys focus on it, you guys could see that in this particular instance, the right eye is obviously looking out. Okay, yeah. So that's where atropia is a constant misalignment, where in this case, the right eye is actually turning outwards. Okay, so we know that's called an exotropia. So this particular patient has a right exotropia. And again, you guys can use the online simulator because it has all of this the prisms. You can even move the fixation stick over here so that you can kind of get, if you want to look at how the patient is when the patient is looking a bit to the right or a bit to the left. Yeah, so just a bit more of an idea. Yeah. All right, next thing we're going to talk about FORIA measurement. Yeah, so there's two main techniques that personally I use in order uh, to measure FORIA for my patients. I use what's called a Howell-Dwyer card and also a Von Grave. Now, I know that the Howell-Dwyer card, I think in some places around the world, it's just called the Howell test card. So I guess, it's just a slightly different name, but once I show you guys what it is, I think you guys will be pretty familiar, okay? So FORIA measurement. So the reason we want to measure the FORIA itself, again, is a latent or a hidden deviation. And also it just helps us to diagnose binocular vision issues a bit more easier. Okay, if there's any binocular vision issues that is actually linked to myopia progression. You guys will be surprised at how many optometrists, right, who are supposedly doing myopia management, but it's not measuring binocular vision. So I think it's very important for all of us optometrists to understand that, yes, myopia is about vision. No doubt, you have to correct their vision, but it is more than that. It's also about how you want to correct. It's also about their binocular vision or their binocular function. That's very important too. All right, so this is the card I was talking about, the Howell-Dwyer cards, all right, as I've known it since forever. So it's just a really simple card. There's a bigger one and there's a smaller one. So the smaller one is for near, and then the bigger one is a bit more for distance. So you would place the distance ones at either 3 meters or 10 feet, all right, and the near one is at 33 centimeters. Just a tip, in case you guys are not aware, the small card itself, 33 centimeters, is actually, yeah, sorry, the small cut itself is 33 centimeters. So if you guys just want to like really check, right, usually what I would do, I actually get my patient to just hold it the other way around so that one end is on their nose and then the other end is further away. And then I get them to just bring it out again so that they would know roughly how far to hold the cut. I find it pretty useful anyway. Yeah, so this is how we measure it, okay? If we put the prism on their right eye, base down on the right side, and then if the top arrow shift towards the blue, exophoria, towards the yellow, esophoria, okay? So pretty straightforward. Now, measurements using the Von Grave, all right? Now, I know some people pronounce it Von Grave, some say Von Graf. Honestly, I'm not sure which one it is. I'm just gonna go whichever rolls on my tongue. Okay. All right. So it involves the use of prisms. All right. In a phoropter in order for us to see if there's any deviation in our patient's eyes. So on the phoropter, this is what we would use. All right. Yeah. So even the phoropter, I know that in some places. Oh, sorry. yeah, in some places around the world, it's called a refractor head. So same thing, just a different name. All right. So this is where the prisms are for us to manipulate it a bit more. Okay. So basically, what we want to do is that you want to ensure that we split the prisms in both dyes. Okay. So for me personally, what I do is that I usually would put prisms on the right eye. All right. So as you can see, I said here, prism split on the right eye. And then what I would do is that prism measure. So when I measure it, I always measure the prism on the left side. Okay. I find this very useful. So and when I'm measuring horizontal foria, I would put a 6 prism base down in the right eye. But when I measure vertical foria, I would put 12 prism base in onto the right eye. And I will explain why I specifically do this. All right. So this is how it's going to be done. So for the horizontal one, what I do is that once I put the prism in the right eye, I ask the patient, where is the top image? So if they say that the top image is to the left, all right, then I know that I need to use a base in on the left eye in order to bring the image closer. So as you can see from here, the top image doesn't move. Okay, so if you guys know, the top image doesn't move, but the bottom one is where we shift it over to the other side, and hence it's become like this. Or in this case, if they say the top image is to the right, then we just move it the other way. In this case, it's an esophoria. Okay. Yeah. So feel free, guys, if you guys want to screenshot this, feel free to do so. Yeah. And then I'm just going to move on. All right, so this is for the other one. So if you want to do vertical Fourier measurement, this is what I would do. So I'll put the prisms into the right eye so that we can measure on the left eye. Now, in this case, I will ask them, where is the right image? Is the right image to the top or is the right image to the bottom? And then I move the other image, which is on the left eye. And I know that if, let's say, I have to use a base up measurement, so it means that that eye has some hypophoria, and then the other way is hyperphoria. Okay, so I hope that that makes sense. But again, feel free to watch this recording again online in case you guys are a bit unsure as to what I was talking about. Okay, that's totally fine. Now, next thing we want to do is to actually assess the lack of accommodation in ACA ratio. So that's going to be the bottom left-hand side there. Now, as you can see, ACA ratio is not really in this checklist over here, because if you guys remember, it was a bit more to check for like pre-myopia. So I would personally, what I do is that I just put it over here. Yeah, hopefully when we update this particular checklist, all right, we'll be able to include ACA ratio in it also, just so you guys know and just so that I'm transparent with you guys about it. All right, so when we check for accommodation leg, we want to sit roughly what 33 to 40 centimeters from our patient. And this is a very important thing. Ensure they wear their full distance correction, right? So have the patient look at your nose or a near fixation card on your retinoscope. If you guys have one of those, I think it's like those Wash Allen ones, it does come with like a small card. I'm not sure which other company does it, but that's the one that I know that definitely comes with a fixation card. Yeah. And then what we want to do is that initially we just check the reflex on both thighs, and then moving on. Yeah. And then we want to test it with the lenses. Okay. So personally for me, what I do is that I would use a +1 and a +150 lens. Because usually I find most people would sit either at a +125 or a +0.75. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I would do. So I start with a +1 lens, and if I see a width, I switch to a +150 because we know that they probably need a bit more. And then if it reverses, then I know that it's somewhere in between 1 and 150, which means that it's 1.25. Okay. So the result for me, how I defined it, is the last line that either neutralizes or you get a bit of a reversal, because sometimes it's not going to be perfect. Okay. So yeah, as long as you get that, that's how you would determine it. Okay. Now the other one, measuring ACA ratio. This is how personally I would do it. I know there's a lot of ways to measure ACA ratio. There's a calculation method, but how I do it is that I actually use the how well do I cut the small ones since I have it already. And then I also use a +-2 lens flipper. I find this to be very easy, very useful. So my personal setup is that I would have a trial frame, right? With the child's full prescription in it. And then I put a 6 prism base down on the right eye. And then what I do is that I just flip the +2 onto the plus and onto the minus. So initially do it without anything, and then plus, and then minus. And the reason why is because of this, okay? So for instance, if I use no flipper right here, and then they are at a 2x of Fourier, so because it's on the blue side, and then let's say when I change to a +2, they then get to become a bit more ESO, because we know that plus, relaxes the eyes a bit more, blah, blah, blah. But then again, what happened is that, like, for instance, if I go and do like a -2, and let's say if they get a bit more exo than what they were before that, yeah. So this literally means that the total shift is by 8, okay? So how I get 8 is because from 2 ESO on the yellow right here, it moves all the way and shift to a 6 EXO. So that's a total of 8 right there. So that is what we call the AC in the ACA ratio, the accommodative convergence over the amplitude of accommodation of change. So in this case, 2 +2 to a -2, that's 4, and the amplitude is 4. So that's how I get the ACA ratio of a 2, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Now, so what's considered a high ACA is that anything 3 to 3.5 and above, that's a high ACA ratio. Anything that's a bit lower is considered normal in a way. Yeah. Now, so how does everything that we talk over here translates? Okay, so this is where I want to show you guys this table. It is on page 7 of the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit. And the very first thing that we want to see is in terms of their prescription right here at the top. So as you can see, in terms of like low risk myopia, right? Anyone with this kind of a prescription, like a plus 0.75 to a minus 0.25, that's considered like low risk myopia. Anyone minus 0.50 to a minus 5.75 is considered a medium risk. Of course, subject to age norm. And then lastly, anyone with -6, less than 10 years old, that's super, super high risk right there. Okay. Yeah. So just take note, if your patients do fall into this category right here, this is the only one that I might consider referring off to an ophthalmologist in a way. And the reason why you want to do that is because you want to check if that child has any underlying systemic health condition or any genetic predisposition that we were unaware of. So we just want to check and make sure that everything is okay. All right, so there's a question here. Is it near Fourier or distance Fourier? There's a very good question. Yeah. So all of this that we see here is actually near Fourier. Okay. Yeah. So the distance Fourier, yes, it does play a part in terms of their binocular vision. But everything that we are seeing over here is more to do with the closer one. Thanks for letting me know, and I'll be sure to yeah. So I'll just make a note here. So it's actually to do with the near Fourier. Yep. Okay. All right, and next is the lack of accommodation. So a normal lack of accommodation is, in fact, so anywhere between a plus 0.50 to a plus 1, slightly to a 125, sometimes in a way. Yeah, but then again, it really depends, okay, on what's the accommodation posture of that child itself. Yeah. All right, another question here. Any particular blood work that you would request for high myopia? Honestly, no. Well, especially over here in Australia, or I'm not really aware, and I don't think there is, all right, any research that does point to any particular blood work that is actually suitable to be done for high myopia. Yeah, so usually the process we have here, especially in Australia, is that we would refer them off to see a specialist. Yes, you're right. So it's more of like genetic testing in a way, okay? Because there are a couple of conditions that can cause high myopia, which I have personally seen some in practice. So Marfan syndrome is one of them. And then we also have another one like Stiglitz syndrome. So these are just a couple of eye condition that can cause really, really high myopia because of the change in the structure. Yeah, hope that answered the question. Okay. All right. Yeah, so these are a few things. And then, yeah, so I was talking about the lack of accommodation. Personally, I like to check in all my patients, all right, especially those who are myopic, just to understand their accommodation posture a bit more. Okay, yeah. Now, I do want to show you guys one resource which I personally use to check for this age norm that I find really, really useful. Okay, so let me just try to escape from this and I'll show you guys here. So it's, what is it called? So it's the Brian Holden myopia calculator. So this is the one. Okay, yeah. So let me just drop this link into the chat. Yeah. Right. This link, guys, is really, really useful, and you guys can also use it to show your patients. Okay. Yeah. So it's there in the chat. Save this link. It's really great. So I'll show you guys why personally I find it to be good. Yeah. Okay. So let's log in. Okay. So here we are. So the reason why I really like this tool, right? So as you can see, this is actually done by the Brian Holden Vision Institute. So it is research based, okay? And you guys can actually just include any parameters that you guys have. And then, you can see like ethnicity, whether they're Asian or Caucasian. Yeah, unfortunately, there's only this two for some reason. So just choose the one that you feel is a bit more closer to where your patient is. Okay, so let's say if they're Asian, and let's say if they're 6 year old, and then you can kind of like predict in terms of their future myopia what is roughly going to be if, let's say, no one does anything about it. Okay, so in this case, let's say I'm going to change to orthokeratology. All right, yeah. Ortho-K has a bit more control, okay, but it's fine. Let's say it's 44% here, as what is stated. So if you guys have a look here, this green line basically shows us that if they're 6-year-olds now, and then by the age of 17, they're actually expect to be like a 6.65, almost 6.5 diopters of myopia if we do not correct their myopia at all. If we just like use normal single vision glasses, as you can see, the confidence, the confidence interval here is pretty large. So on the worst end, if you refer here, they might be a minus 9.25 by the age of 17 if you don't do anything about it. Okay. And then, of course, best case scenario, from the minus of 50, they might still be a minus 4 if you don't do anything at all by the age of 17. Now, with orthokeratology, with a 44% rate of control, as we call it, all right, we know that we can actually get them down to, yes, a minus 4, or best case scenario over here, probably just a minus 250. How good is that? Okay, so that's really amazing. So use this resource. I personally find it really useful when I show this to parents. They're like, oh my, okay, if my child's vision is going to get that much worse, I don't want that to happen to my child. Let's do something about it. Okay, so this, I personally find it very, very useful. Yeah, so you guys can change it. If your patient is a bit older, like a 10-year-old, for instance, yeah, so that you guys can just show what prescription and comparing it to where they're at the moment and where they might be by the age of 17. Okay. All right, so let's get back to the presentation for day 2. Presenter view. Let's present. Okay, got it. Oh, all right. I'm not sure what you... Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, sorry for that, guys. Okay. All right, yeah. So that is pretty much the main bulk of what we are gonna go through for today. But now is time for the challenge for day 2. Okay. Yeah. So yesterday's was day 1 challenge where we basically assess more of the patient's history, but today is gonna be the second day challenge. Okay. So here we go. Now, if you remember the case study 1, all right, what we saw was that a boy, 12-year-old Taiwanese boy, AJ, all right, he was having high risk myopia, and this is actually the results that I got for him. So feel free to screenshot this bit if you guys need to, because just based on this and based on what we have gone through, I want you guys to tell me now. Yes, he was a high risk in terms of his risk factors for his lifestyle and how his genetic predisposition and whatnot. But if you guys look at this now, what do you guys think his myopia risk is? You don't have to tell me now because we're going to go through the answer tomorrow. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys some time to really just to kind of like think about it a bit more. And let's go on to case study number 2. I hope you guys have screenshot that one. Okay, so this is the second case study. So if you remember yesterday, Evie was a 6-year-old girl, all right, and she loves reading. Apart from that, it's only been a year since we noted that she actually said that her vision is blurry. Now, this was the result that I got for her, okay? Now, just to show a bit more, so as you can see, the auto refraction result was this, and then retinoscopy was this, but final subjective refraction was actually this. So this is why I said with kids, all right, especially when you're doing an auto-refraction, they usually tend to over-accommodate and you will get something a bit higher. But on retinoscopy, that's where, usually I tend to get a prescription that's much lower than the auto-refraction itself. And then usually on subjective, all right, I'll get something really, really close because that's where I really try to push the plus. And I'm confident to push the plus, especially in someone who's a first time glasses wearer. In this case, she's a myope. And of course, I cycled her. Okay. Cyclo, very, very important. Yeah, so of course, I cycled both eyes, both the right and the left one. And that was her end prescription. So right eye minus 3.25 and left eye minus 3 at 6 years old. Okay. And yeah, and also look at that. Super, super high accommodation lag. All right. And of course, I am going to share a bit more story about this particular patient in the coming days, but this is the information that we have for now. So with all this, what would you guys think how myopia risk is? All right, just let me know tomorrow. And then also the very last one, now the case study of RL, so 19-year-old female. She was the one who complained of blurry vision for the past 6 months, but it's one of those that it clears up after a while. So does she really have myopia, or is this really something else? Or is it like pseudo myopia, Yeah, in this case, I did not cyclo this patient, okay? Just so you know, this particular patient, I did not cyclo her at all, because although her autorefraction result was more minus, retinoscopy was a very obvious whiff movement, which indicate that she was slightly hyperopic, if anything. Okay. Yeah. And then, of course, cover test was fine. Foria was fine. Accommodation, like maybe slightly a bit on the lower side, but we can definitely help her out in a way. Okay. So now looking at this, what do we now think her myopia risk level is like? Okay. Yeah. So one thing that I would really encourage you guys to do, yeah, is to join the discussion on Facebook. Yeah, so I do post all of this onto Facebook, the Facebook page that we have. So I might just maybe drop the link into the discussion. Let me see if I can bring up the okay, here we go. All right, yeah. So if you guys are able to scan that, that's great. But just in case you guys are not able to scan it, you definitely can get the click on the link that's in the chat. Yeah, just to join this group. Again, I'm gonna be really transparent and honest. At the moment, there's only like I think 36 members. We have 2 members who joined yesterday. Yeah, so it's a really small, tight-knit community. Most of the time it's just myself talking in there, and that's fine. Yeah, but of course, guys, feel free to jump in onto the conversations, because I really want to create a safe space where all of us, are able to like just ask any questions that we have about myopia, because I understand how it was like to, being new to myopia management and not being able to confidently manage it. Yeah, but now knowing where I am at, I want to be able to help other people like how I was back then also. Yeah. So yeah, please join the discussion on Facebook. But just before we end here today, if I could just ask you guys, right? If you guys don't mind sharing, if you're a bit shy, that's fine. But how many of you guys here, like in terms of like managing myopia, how confident are you? If like number one, I'm not super confident. Number 10, I'm like super duper confident to manage myopia. Where are you guys like sitting at the moment? If you guys can share. 8. Oh, Caroline, that's great. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. So yeah. Do you mind maybe just sharing a bit more if you're okay with it as to what was it that kind of like propelled you to join this particular risk assessment for today? Yeah. While you're taking your time to type and whatnot. Yeah. So basically this is one reason why I personally created this group, because I just want everyone to have a safe space. As you guys might be aware, there are like Facebook groups out there which are like specific for myopia. But sometimes this is what I tend to realize is that some of the groups out there, a lot of beginners or like young optometrists are not confident to ask questions in there. And the reason being like, just being afraid of looking like a fool in a way. Yeah, so this particular group is why I created it. Yes, I want people to be able to master myopia, but also I want them to be able to just really ask any questions that they have, no matter how simple the question actually is. So if you guys do have any like even simple questions about myopia, just feel free to ask them over here. That's like totally okay. Because I do get a lot of questions from like friends or colleagues who are not as confident in managing myopia. They would text me, DM me, and whatnot, and then that's what I would kind of like share with them. And after a while, I'm like, hey, I want to share this with everyone. So let's try to do this. Yeah. All right. So you did reply that. So just to learn more about other risk factors that you might not be 100% familiar with or get overlooked. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing that, because I would agree that usually one thing that I must say that a lot of optometrists are not looking at is actually binocular vision, believe it or not. Okay. We have to consider the patient's binocular vision, because that also allow us to determine which management options that we want to use as we go along. Okay. Whether it be orthokeratology or myopia control glasses, or even like contact lenses, which one we want to go with. Sometimes the patient's binocular vision does determine that also. Okay. Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah. So that pretty much kind of conclude day 2 today. Yeah. And I'll really interested to see you guys on day 3. Thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate you guys just showing up, because one of the things that you guys can do for yourself is actually to really invest your time, listening to me here, on the other side of the world, just like talking about myopia. Yeah, so just know I really, really, truly appreciate it. Yeah, you guys just being here today. Yeah, and I definitely look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, where we're going to be talking about the pathology, like what are the things in the eye, like if we see this particular things, we just want to make sure, yeah, that everything would be okay. Yeah, I might stop sharing my screen over here. It's not allowing me to stop sharing for some reason. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. Yep. So I'll just get out of that. Yeah. So thank you everyone for being here today. Yeah. Thanks for the claps and the thumbs up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Emil, thank you so much for joining us for today also. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, because you were here yesterday. Yeah, just note that I do know who, has been here and whatnot. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for being here today. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in day 3 tomorrow. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so welcome to day number 3 today of the Myopia Risk Assessment Challenge. I am your host, Shafiq, and I'm going to be presenting today. And today is going to be something that's going to be a bit more different than the past 2 days. All right, yeah. So if we recall what's been happening is that on the very first day, we did go through a bit more about the patient history and their assessment. And then the second day, which was just yesterday, we actually went through a bit more about the different measurements, like what are the important measurements that we need to take in terms of the testing itself. So that relates to like things like the vision and also like the binocular function. And then today is day 3. This is where we're going to learn much more about like what are the things in terms of the maybe ocular pathologies that we want to make sure that we really look at. Yeah. So before I go any further, let's just dive into the sharing of the video itself. All right, share screen and Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, sorry. Let's resume share. Okay, sorry for that. Desktop 2, let's share. Yeah. Just a bit of housekeeping before we start everything. If you guys are really keen, you guys can really engage in the into the group. This is the Myopia Mastery group. And since the past couple of days, we've actually grown quite a bit more than what it was initially. So yeah, I'll just drop the link into the group chat just in case anyone is keen to join the group. This year, we're going to have like discussions about all the different things, all the different cases. And also, once we reach 100 members, I am going to go live every single week because that's going to be my commitment to everyone in the group to be able to just give back and answer any questions that anyone might have. Okay. Yeah. So that's the very first thing that we're going to be doing right there. This is also the page, the Myopia Mastery itself. Okay, so just to show, if you guys are keen to like see the recordings and whatnot, this is where you guys should go. So I'm just gonna drop the link into the chat box here. Okay, good. Yeah. So if you guys were to go to this particular chat box, right, you guys will get a you guys will be able to get that training. You just need to register for it. And basically we just go to the sessions. And if once you logged in, you click on the sessions, and then you will get into this page over here where you can then see the recording. So if you click on this one, it should come up. Yep, the recording from day 1. And then if you click here, it should come out recording for day 2. And of course, today is day number 3, which I will upload after we're done for today. Okay. Yeah. So just to let everyone know that this is all still very available. Okay. So don't forget, if you can't join us live, you can still watch all of these ones here. And then of course, you will get your 5-hour certificate. Once we're done with all the 5 days, as long as you've watched all 5 videos, you guys will be able to get that. Yeah. So let's now go straight into the session, the main thing that we're going to be talking about today, which is day 3 today of the Myopia Risk Assessment Challenge. Okay, yeah. So what we're going to be talking about for today, as I've mentioned, this is what we have gone through yesterday, and then this is what we've gone through on day 1. So today a bit more about the ocular health assessment itself, right? So you really just want to know what are the things that you should look out for when it comes to myopia-related pathologies, okay? So this is going to be really nice and interesting for all of us today. So here are going to be the learning objectives. So firstly, it's all about performing slit lamp examination, examining the anterior eye, and then we're going to be talking about all the diseases that's related to the front of the eye. And then we're going to be talking about the use of ophthalmoscopy, but not direct ophthalmoscopy, the indirect ones. We'll go through that a bit more, all right, to evaluate the retina and the optic nerve head, and also, yeah, peripheral retina. After which, when you go and identify like what are the myopic changes, such as like any maculopathies or any like lacquer cracks that we would usually see with myopia. And then the fifth thing we're going to do is also to measure the axial length, all right, using a biometer to predict myopia progression. And then the very last thing, we're going to talk about keratometry and also topography and how we're going to interpret all of that when it comes to myopia management, okay? Yeah. So firstly, let's talk about the challenge day yesterday that we had. Yeah, so there were 3 particular case studies that we had just yesterday, and these are all the information that was given, okay? So we talked about AJ, who's a 12-year-old boy. So what happens is that he has an auto refraction here of an 050 retinoscopy. All right, look at that, okay? You actually get a bit more plus, but I also did get a bit more minus on his left eye. And then subjective refraction showed that he's still short-sighted on the left eye or nearsighted on the left eye. And finally, look at that. Okay, so with after I cyclo AJ, this is the results that I got for him. Now his covetous was also fine. He does have a bit of like exophoria, both distance and near, but his lack of accommodation is also a bit high. So what do you think his myopia risk is just based on all of this right here? So it's actually low, okay? So for AJ, yeah, so his myopia, again, he has mild hyperopia in the right eye and also mild myopia in the left eye, okay? He does have a really moderate lack of accommodation, but there's no significant signs of any high myopia risk when it comes to all these different things that we've just checked for. Probably his lag was a teeny bit on the higher side, but I wouldn't say like it's yeah, but I wouldn't say it's too bad. And then, of course, his exophoria, that's not too excessive. That is still considered pretty okay. All right. So I would categorize AJ as having low myopia. Now, next one. The case study involved Evie, a 6-year-old girl. So this was really interesting. If you guys recall, Evie was the one who initially, when she joined us on the when we talked about her the very first time, she came in, never worn glasses before, but she have not been able to see well for almost a year. All right, yeah, and then these are the results that we get. So she's not able to see well, as you can see. Her unaided VA is very poor. Her refraction, look at that. This is the auto refraction, of course, really, really high. A retinoscopy, I got something lower. And then on subjective and cyclo, fortunately, we did get something much lower right here. So she's a -3 at 6-year-old, right? So that's actually pretty high, I would say. Next thing, the cover test, exophoria. And then when we measured it, we realized, okay, she's like a 4 and a 3. So that isn't too bad. But look at that accommodation lag. That's actually a very, very high, plus 1.75. And this is after, of course, we have already given her the full prescription for her eyes. So that's really interesting for us to see. So a myopia risk category. You guys ready for it? So she's actually high. Okay, so she's very high on the risk scale. And the reason for it is that because yeah, she has around like 3 to 450 of like myopia. That was what, from the initial auto refraction, and then we slowly got her way down all the way to where she is at the moment, which is the -3 or 325. Really high lack of accommodation. All right. And also this reduce, yeah, so this basically showed that she has a reduced accommodation response, which is one of the things that is associated with myopia, all right? Now, her visual acuity is also pretty poor both ways, right? So this supports the presence of significant myopia for EV right here. Now, although there's mild exophoria, both distance and near, but we know that overall, her myopia progression is still high due to her current refractive error and also her age. So imagine that a -3 at just 6-year-old. So that's actually really, really high. And moving on to case number 3 is RL, who's a 19-year-old female. She was the one who been complaining of blurry vision for the past 6 months, in a sense that things takes a while for her to get into focus. And look at that. Initially, I thought she was going to be myopic looking at the auto refraction, but soon realized that no, she's actually pretty hyperopic. So I did not cyclo her at all. All right, yeah, and we can see cover test is fine, 4 is fine. So as most of you guys would have guessed it already, she is low myopia, all right? So she has normal visual acuity in both eyes. Auto-refraction shows very mild refractive error. So it does indicate, low myopia. Or in this case, she has slight hyperopia, okay? And the lack of accommodation is quite minimal, but, plus 050 to the 0.75, that's still considered a pretty normal range. And then the Fourier measurement show very mild misalignment, again with the exo and the ESO, but again, that's not really significant, okay? So yeah, so she has really low myopia. Now, take note that this is not going to be the last time we're going to be hearing about all these different cases, okay? We are going to be still using them throughout this whole challenge, so just take note of it, okay? So let's get assessing, all right? So moving on. Yeah, so these are all the relevant to the examination room checklist. So I am gonna drop the link in the in the chat here so that you guys are able to view it and see it if you guys haven't downloaded already. You just need to put your email into the your email and your first name, and then you'll get an email from this particular link. then you'll be able to download it from your email, just so you guys know. All right, so first thing we're going to go into is anterior segment examination. All right, so the anterior segment examination is going to be on page 6 of the myopia risk assessment toolkit, and it's basically the top bit over here. So what are the things that we want to look out for? So first thing that we want to look out for is a detailed examination, okay, of the front of the eye. So we're going to do what's called slit lamp biomicroscopy, which is basically a fancy name for doing a slit lamp examination, all right? So I'm pretty sure all you guys are pretty familiar to how to use a slit lamp, but basically it provides us a really good view of all the different structures of the eye, and also that we'll be able to identify if there's any changes or abnormalities. Okay, so those things are really important for us to take note. All right. So when we look at the cornea, we want to evaluate like the clarity, the curvature, if there's any signs of thinning or bulging, all right, of the cornea, which is usually associated with higher myopia risk. Now, keratoconus is one of the conditions that we know of, and we're going to touch about it a bit more later on, but just so you guys know, we're talking about this front part of the eye, yeah? Now, the iris, we want to check for any abnormalities, any pigment dispersion, which of course can affect the intraocular pressure. And then the lens of the eye itself, if there's any cataract or if there's any abnormal lens positioning, right, which could indicate either they have some myopia or they might be developing myopia, or with the abnormal lens positioning, it might indicate that they may be predisposed to some genetic conditions which can cause myopia. And just know that usually for the lens changes, it occurs in population where it's much older, and in older population, it does cause a myopic shift. All right, so the anterior segment pathologies, all right? So one of the first things we're going to talk about is keratoconus, okay? So keratoconus is the, as we know, is the thinning of the cornea. So this is literally like the front bulge of the eye over here, all right? And then it does lead to irregular astigmatism and also progressive myopia. So if someone does not have what we call form thrust keratoconus, where that's the kind of keratoconus that doesn't really get worse over time, we just want to make sure that, you know, their keratoconus is not getting worse, because if you see high myopia, high astigmatism, don't think myopia straight away, think keratoconus, okay? Because if you were to use your retinoscope, you might get like a scissors reflex on it. So that's just something that I want to add on. Now, next thing, any corneal scarring or opacity, because this can definitely cause irregular refraction and also an increase in the myopia progression in a way, yeah? And also, we do want to detect if there's any abnormalities, all right, because this will help us to decide the appropriate treatment that we'll be able to give for our patient. Again, in younger kids, this is not as common, but just to let everyone know that it is possible that we can see them. All right, so next one is pigment dispersion syndrome. Again, with kids, it's not going to be as common, but it's important for us to take note of it because it can clog the eye drainage system and it does affect the eye pressure. Now, the iris coloboma, this particular one, it can be congenital. So it can be, you know, in kids who are much more, if let's say they just grew up with that defect, that is going to affect their vision and it can contribute to many other refractive errors, including myopia. All right, next one is going to be the lens opacities, which are going to be cataracts, and also lens subluxation, which is basically the dislocation of the lens that's in the eye itself. So this can cause very significant change in refractive error. And we know that, for instance, with lens subluxation, they might get it in some some genetic condition, for instance, like Marfan syndrome, where because the zonules and the fibers are all really weak. So, you know, if they get some sort of a trauma, this can just happen. And moving on to other pathologies, one is going to be like pterygium, which is a growth on the front part of the eye. And we know that it's usually a bit more either in the nasal or temporal side. Most of the time, you will see it in the nasal side. And the reason being is that light enters through the other side, usually, even if they wear sunglasses, and then it gets concentrated on this part. of the conjunctiva. Hence, that's why the pterygium usually is there. And the bottom bit here is dry eye disease, which we can see with a lot of, what we call SPK on the cornea itself. This is really easy to see just with any sodium fluorescein. So any like fluorescein dyes, you can see it very easily. Now, believe it or not, this is more common than you think. There is, in fact, a lot of patients who would have this, and even kids. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop sharing for a moment just to share, right? That this is one thing that I've been seeing a lot. So kids who are really, really young, they do get a lot of like dry eye disease. And this is just due to these days, there's a lot of like screens that's being used. Okay. So like screens are one thing that all of us can't run away from, but the amount of kids coming in saying that, their eyes hurt, this and that. And then I do see like incomplete blinks. They have a lot of like SPKs on the bottom part of the cornea. And, this is just something that I feel not only affect myself in practice, I'm sure a lot of you guys might have seen this also. So you just got to take note. If you see any of this, just take note to really inform parents about it, because sometimes parents have no idea. They literally have no idea that their kids are having all these issues. So when you make them a bit more aware of it, then they'll be like, they'll be telling their kids to not spend too much time on screens. And you know what? Parents really love it when I tell them, when I tell the kids, right, to not spend too much time on screens, spend more time outdoors, yeah, try to reduce screen time. Like parents just love hearing that. Back when I started off as a younger optometrist, I felt like I was betraying the kid if I ever said those things. But as time goes by, I realized that like those are the advice that I have to give kids in order so that they will be able to improve. And overall, everyone will be able to benefit from it. So parents will benefit from the advice and also get the kids to hopefully comply a bit better. But kids also understand that this is not something that their parents have been saying, but it's something that an optometrist has mentioned now. So they should listen. Okay. All right. So let's get back to sharing the screen. All right, here we go. Okay, so now let's talk about the anterior segment pathologies. Yeah, that is associated with myopia, but also now that we've known all the different anterior pathologies, right? How does that really relate to myopia risk? Okay, so as you can see here, it does provide very critical information on the health and integrity of the anterior structure of the eye, which can influence myopia. So we know all the different structures of the eye now. Next thing, we also know and we can detect if there's any early changes or early signs that may require intervention, again, such as irregular cornea or any early lens changes that could really just accelerate and exacerbate myopia much more. Now, we also need to understand and anticipate change in refractive status, because we want to really optimize or any like corrective lenses or any treatment options that we are eventually going to be using for our myopic patients. So just take note of all that. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about the back of the eye itself. So we're going to be referring to page 6 still of the myopia risk assessment toolkit, and it's going to be referring to this middle bit over here. This is where we're going to be talking about the posterior segment examination, okay? Right. So instead of slit lamp examination, we're going to do slit lamp fundoscopy. Okay. Yeah. And what we do is that we use a special lens, also sometimes known as a Vogue lens. It's either a 90D lens or a 78D. Personally, for me, I use something just like this one over here, which is a 90D lens, because like most of the time, especially over here in Australia, most of the time we do undilated pupil examination. And I feel like with the 90D, we can just get through the small pupils much more easier. Of course, if our patients have super, super small pupil, I would dilate them and we can dilate them. Of course, we would. But for most of them with like mid-sized pupil, either a 78D superfill or the 90D actually works really, really well. So this would be great more so for examining the central retina and the optic nerve head. Of course, we know that you can assess the peripheral retina also, but I will talk about something else which might be a bit better in doing that very, very soon. So we want to know the importance, for checking things like myopic maculopathy or even things like Lecker cracks. Right? So when we start talking about the posterior examination, it's basically going to be about this part of the eye right here, right? And because this is where the optic nerve is, you want to have a look and see, if the disc is tilted and if there's any crescent, because if there's any crescent or any stretching of the myopia of the eye, it can cause all this like scleral crescents and whatnot. And the other thing also on the macula to detect for any maculopathy and any degenerative changes, which can basically affect vision quite a bit. All right, so the other thing we're going to be using is the BIO, or as we call it, the binocular indirect ophthalmoscopy. Now, guys, I love using this, okay? The reason why I love using this because you can get so far and so wide out uh, onto the peripheral retina just with one view, and you get such a wide field of view. So I love dilating my patients and then looking through the BIO because it's just so easy, to be able to just assess and see everything. So the wide field view of the retina, it includes like the peripheral region. So using any like binocular headset and a handheld lens, which is the 20D, as you can see over here, that's what I use also. So this is essential for checking anything on the peripheral retina, things like thinning, if there's any tears or any detachments also. Yeah. So maybe one thing I would like to share about using the BIO that I find very useful, if you get patients who are, especially if they're myopic, right? They come in with like flashes, floaters, especially these two things. I personally like to dilate them. And then once I dilate them already, I will assess your peripheral retina with the 20D lens and the BIO, and with the 20D lens, we can really get far, far out in the periphery because I just want to be sure and really be confident that there is no holes or tears at the back of the retina. And once I've seen that for myself, then that's fine. But if let's say, I just dilate the patient, use a slit lamp, I am still confident, but I would say the amount of confidence I get from the BIO is just much, much more. So just to share that with you guys, that's like a small tip, okay? So that you guys know what's the best way to assess the peripheral retina, especially far out in the periphery. Moving on. So the area that the BIO is able to have a look at that. So that's how wide out the BIO can go to. Usually, I personally find that with Vogue lenses, even when you tell the patient to look up, down, left, and right, you might only still maybe get this much of the retina, but with the BIO, you can get way, way further out. And of course, if you do anything like scleral indentation, you can get even further out in the periphery. Okay, so of course you want to see if there's any like lattice changes in the eyes, thinning or tears, as we've mentioned, any posterior staphyloma. So this is bulging that's on the retina itself. So it's not on the cornea, because bulging on the cornea we know is keratoconus. Bulging on the back of the eye, that's what we would call posterior staphyloma. Okay, so next one right here. Now this is talking a bit more about like degenerative changes in the macula. So we want to have a look, if patients have anything like atrophic changes, right? Which is basically the loss of the RPE and choroid. And then how you see is literally just like this. So visible patches on the center of the eye. Sometimes it's also known as like geographic atrophy because patient's vision is very much affected. Yeah, so that's just another name for it. In this patient, you can kind of assume pretty well that he or she has pretty high myopia just by looking at the surrounding regions also, which we're gonna go into really, really soon. Now, next, foveal schisis. So there's a splitting of the retinal layer. So as you can see right here, all right, yeah, so this can all be also caused by high myopia just because of the stretching of the retina. So again, this is another degenerative change in high myopia, and this can also lead to vision loss. All right, so the very next one we're going to be talking about is glaucoma. Now, as we all know, with higher and higher glaucoma, patients will have a higher risk, sorry, with higher risk of myopia, they would have a higher risk of developing glaucoma. So these are maybe some of the things that we want to have a look at just to make sure that our patients do not really have it. Now, just note, yes, these are very exaggerated cases, but it's here to really prove a point about the things that we should look at. So as we know, glaucoma is basically a damage to the optic nerve, usually caused by the increase in the intraocular pressure. So high myopia is definitely a risk factor for like open angle glaucoma because having longer axial length, as we can see here, does cause structural change to the eye. And that just makes them more susceptible to optic nerve damage. So as you can see, the cup-disc ratio, this is the one here. So if you have a look at this particular patient, probably look at that. It's basically a cupped out this you can't even see any CD ratio, to be honest. And look at the nerves. It's so thin just because of the how advanced the glaucoma has got. Now next is hemorrhages. So you can see this hemorrhages, which does happen with glaucoma also. And then the last thing over here, if you have a look at this inferior part of the retina, this is a nerve fiber layer defect. So you can see that everywhere else, you do have some nerves coming, but like this area here, that's all gone. So if you were to do a visual field test, you would find a superior arcuate defect, which is very typical of glaucoma. Now, talking about lacquer cracks, these are ones that it's there on the retina that's very highly myopic, but sometimes it might not be as easy to see. So lacquer cracks are basically breaks in the Brooks membrane due to the stretching of the eye in high myopia. So that's the reason why we get all of this happening over here, as you guys can see. And what it basically cause, what basically you will see is yellow or white lines on the retina, right? So just as you can see here, it does literally look like cracks in a way. Yeah, and also they're at risk of retinal complication like CNV. So that's choroidal neovascularization. Yep, or also a detachment on the retina. Okay. All right, moving on. Now, posterior staphyloma, this one you will really see in super high myopia. Usually, not all the time, but the cases that I have seen in practice anyway, it is related to having geographic atrophy. This particular patient maybe has a bit of it, but the main thing, how you can tell it's posterior staphyloma is look at this area over here. You see how it looks a bit more different than the rest of the retina. So this particular area is where there's actually a bulge onto the back of the that's at the back of the retina. And if you were to have a look on an OCT scan, you will see the bulge becoming super duper obvious, right? And also these are all the peripheral retinal changes that you might be able to see. So things like the lattice degeneration, the ones over here, and then also any tears and detachment on the retina, just like the one over here. So I'll just differentiate it a bit where this bit is actually the detachment, and the detachment might have been pretty severe that it caused a tear just over here. And from this tear, what happened is that fluid from the vitreous actually can flow into the back of it right here. Yeah, and cause even further detachment of the retina. So this is definitely an emergency case where you have to refer them as soon as possible, like literally within a couple hours or at most 24 hours, because you want to get that patch as soon as possible for the best prognosis for the patient to still have their vision. So this is the importance for myopia risk when we assess the posterior segment of the eye. So we want to make sure that we do detect the pathology as early as possible. And also because of those things, any maculopathy, any lacquer cracks, and glaucoma. So we just want to make sure that we detect all of these different things and making sure that everything's okay. Now, guides and management. So when we detect these changes, it just helps us to really adjust the treatment plan, such as, if we need to maybe monitor them a bit more frequently, if we need to take any extra proactive measure or any surgical interventions. Now, we do want to monitor the progression pretty regularly because we want to make sure that we track the progression. And if there's any associated risks, all right, we want to guide the management in order to preserve the efficiency. So just take note of those things also. Okay, so moving on, we're going to be talking about the additional ocular measurements. Now, there's actually two that I do want to you guys to take note of. So the first ocular measurement is actually the eye itself, which is the axial length. And then the second one is actually the curvature of the cornea. Now, the reason why it's not in here at the moment, I would usually just write it somewhere over here. But the reason why it's not in here is because there's actually not a super strong length of the cornea and also the myopia, but it's definitely something that we have to keep at the back of our mind, just in case we're wondering if, hey, this particular patient seems to have low myopia, but why do they have such a long axial length? So this cornea can sometimes tell us some things which I'm going to be talking about. All right, now axial length, there's no two ways about it. It is the gold standard in myopia management. If you want to manage myopia to the best of your ability, having your ability to measure axial length is actually going to be really, really useful. So how do we define axial length? It's actually the distance from the front of the cornea, okay, all the way until to the RPE or the Brooks membrane, but it does not include the choroid. So just take note of that, okay? The choroid, it's not how we measure the axial length. So when we say back of the eye, it's literally until the RPE, at most until that like RPE slash Brooks membrane again, right? But not onto the choroid itself. Yeah. So it's crucial for us to measure it because we want to assess for the myopia and then also to see if it's related to any severity or progression of the myopia. So we want to make sure that we monitor the axial length because it just helps us to predict any future myopia progression because we want to make sure that we intervene. And then once we intervene, we manage it nice and well. Okay, axial length measurement. Now, as you can see, this is me right here, okay, with the IOL master that's available at the practice where I work at. And honestly, being able to measure axial length has been a game changer for me. So let's just stop sharing for a moment so that I can, yeah, see you guys right here. Now, the reason why I say it's been a game changer is because when we look at refraction, right, it really gives us a good idea of how aggressively we should be managing our patients. But when we have the information for axial length, it gives us even more reason, much more reason to be able to manage or start managing myopia. I have seen many cases where kids have low myopia, but although they have low myopia, guess what? They have a longer axial length for their age group. And because of that, we decide to start treatment, either single treatment with either like atropine, orthokeratology, um, myopia control spectacles, or myopia control contact lenses, either one of those ones, or I usually would do a combination therapy if, let's say, we deem that they are fast progressors. So having the axial length machine will really make so much difference in the way you practice and also in the information that you can give to parents. Because if you're able to give parents more information about their kids' eyes, of course, advising them about if you don't manage, what's going to happen, talking about the vision and all that, it will really make a very compelling case. So definitely, if you don't have an axial length machine in your practice, it's definitely worthwhile getting one because the returns for it is going to be really, really huge. And that's my experience and how it has been. Okay, getting back to the slides. All right, so here we go. Yeah. So optical biometer, like the IOL Master or the Lens Star. Of course, these are not the only two devices. There's much more devices available. But yeah, these ones do provide very accurate and repeatable measure of the axial length. So I usually like to get like 5 good readings. So every time, especially for the IOL Master, how it works is that when you click the patient, the machine will take 5 measurement of the patient, and there is like a signal strength to show whether it's going to be a reliable result. But usually I like to just go one more time so that I at least get 5 good measurements, if not more. So I know what is the true axial length. And also the reason why a non-contact biometer or non-contact method is better is because it's much more safe. And especially for kids, it does not require contact. Okay. Now, you guys will know that with kids, it's so hard. Even when you want to put any cyclo drops into their eyes, it's already so challenging. So can you imagine if you're trying to put, to measure their eye with probably a different contact method, okay? It's going to be really challenging. It's going to be really challenging. And the downside is also it might not be as repeatable. All right, so here we're going to be talking about the axial length itself. So this is talking about like how long the eye is. Now, this is one that I personally use, this particular growth chart right here, because it allows us for early detection. And also we can see how much the eye is elongating by over time. Now, it's also good for us to progress any ongoing myopic changes in terms of the axial length. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to exit full screen here because I want to show you guys something. Okay. Yeah. So this is how personally I would use this particular chart right here. So if let's say I have a patient who is 9 years old, female. Let's say 10. Okay. Yeah, because that's where the line is falling in at. And let's say this girl's axial length is sitting at, let's put it at, yeah, about 23.75. So let's say it's thereabouts, okay? What we do is that with this particular point here, we try to follow it along this curve. And then we can tell that she's just a bit below the 50th percentile, okay? So this show that like her axial length might still be within the normal range, but she's definitely getting a bit on the 50th line. Now, usually if patients is on the 50th line, I do get a bit more conservative towards my management. But if they're on the 75th percentile, I usually go dual therapy because we want to make sure that they don't just accelerate really, really quickly. Okay. Yeah. So personally for me, that's what I would do. And I do want to share with you guys this particular one. So let me just go back to the presenter view. Right. Got it. And let's bring this one back down. Okay. And sorry, guys, just give me a minute. I'm just going to try to sort this out again. All right, here we go. So let's enter full screen mode here. Yeah, so I hope that you guys can see the screen that I'm sharing. Now I am gonna share the place where I get all this information from. If you guys just copy and paste this into your browser, you will be able to get the information. So it's actually from myopiaprofile.com. They are one resource that I have been using a lot, especially in my earlier days, just to understand myopia much more. Okay. Yeah, so very good resource, highly recommended. All right, so the next one here is also to monitor the progression. So how do we know if they're considered normal change or if the change is a bit more abnormal? Now, so what we can do is that we can kind of like have a predictive value in a sense that if they have a very rapid increase, it does suggest that they're a higher risk of myopia progression, and we definitely need to manage it more proactively. And then, of course, measuring age length also help us to guide to the treatment because it helps us to determine the effectiveness of the myopia control and by showing whether they are slowing the axial elongation. So what's considered normal? So if they're about 7 to 10 years old, all right, yeah, they should only, if they're ametropes, it should not really change by more than 0.1 or 0.02 millimeters in a year. Now, myopes would usually, yes, progress a teeny bit more right here. And as you can see, Males are usually around like 0.5 millimeters longer in axial length than female for both emmetropes and myopes. So just take note of that. And then also if they're a bit older, you want to make sure that they don't that if they progress by 0.1 millimeters within a year, that's still pretty normal. But if they are progressing by zero point 0.2, yeah, we just want to make sure that it's not really anything more than that. Okay, so we just want to make sure that they do also stabilize when there's about this age. But to be really honest, most of the time these days, most of my patients are still progressing in their 20s. Okay? And just so you guys know where I get this information from, I have dropped the link into the chat here so that you guys will be able to benefit from it. Yeah, so when we talk about the axial length measurement, it's going to be great because, it really gives us a very good baseline and a starting point. And then what we do is that from there, we do follow up. I usually like to follow up either every 6 or every 12 months. I sometimes do a 3-month follow-up if, let's say, I feel that they're really high risk of progression. And most of the time, the reason why I bring them back is just to check for compliance, making sure that if they're on ortho-K, that the vision and everything is still fine. If they are on myopia control glasses, make sure the glasses are still fitting well on their eyes. If they're on the, for instance, my side contact lenses, you want to make sure that like they are wearing the contact lenses at least for like 10 hours a day for like 5, 6 days a week. Yeah. So these are all just like compliance thing. If I do get them back a bit earlier, or if they're like super high myopes. So we also want to adjust the intervention if, let's say, we find that they are progressing much more than what we expect them to be. So just take note of that. For instance, I had a patient who we were only doing atropine and it did not seem to slow it down. And this is using 0.05% atropine. They were very compliant with it, but this particular patient had just really high risk, like mom and dad is both really high myope. And he himself, although he's only 10 or 11 years old, he was already at like a -4. Yeah, so and everything else was fine. Axial length measurement was definitely in that 75th to 80th percentile, so definitely on the higher side. So by measuring axial length, it just gave us much more information to like, okay, we should definitely do something extra. So we opted for ortho-K plus the atropine. Now let's talk about corneal curvature measurements and how it really relates to myopia. So what we do is that it allows for individualized treatment and also based on their growth pattern, like it gives us different risk levels. So we also want to monitor it long term, all right? And of course, this is for us to know whether we need to either add more things or either, change some treatment options. Yeah. Now, corneal curvature measurements, usually for me, most of the time, I do get an we do have an autorefractor in the practice that already include the keratometry measurements or the K readings. Sorry, guys. Yeah, include the K readings for the patient. So because we have that already, most of the time I would go off that, but since I have the IOL master, it also measure it. But more than that, I do have this, which is the Medmon. Okay, the Medmon topographer, in my opinion, is one of the best placido-based topographer because unlike like this particular one that you see here, this one has a really huge disc, and usually you only get like 50 to 60% of the central cornea. With the Medmon, you easily get up to like 95, sometimes up to 100% of the cornea. And if you're designing like specialized lenses like myself, like ortho-K lenses, it's great and it's amazing. I'm not affiliated with them, but just so you guys know, this is what I am using at the moment. And of course, topography is great because it really measures the entire surface, so we can have a really good look onto the cornea. And one reason for it is because we want to check for one particular eye condition, for instance, like keratoconus right here, where you see a really steep cone right here. Yeah, and that does indicate that this particular patient does have keratoconus, right? So it doesn't, so if they have myopia or really high astigmatism, it is probably due to the keratoconus. And that's why literally yesterday I had a patient, he was only like a -2 with a -2.25 SIL. and I was really suspecting of keratoconus because on one eye he was correctable to 6.6 or 20/20, and the other eye he was just one line a bit less. Fortunately for him, when I checked, he was fine. No signs of keratoconus at all. Yeah, so I am going to review him again in a year's time, just to make sure that everything's fine. Yeah. And then, yeah, so by understanding the corneal measurements, all right, it is a measurement that, again, the K reading is included in most autorefractors. And then if we detect any changes, then we know it's either due to the myopia or the astigmatism. And also, of course, we do use this for fitting specialty contact lenses like orthokeratology, just like the one over here, which is another area of passion for me. I really love fitting ortho K lenses on myopic patients because of the visual outcome that they get, and then also the lifestyle that they are able to lead from there. And these are all the different ones right here, as you can see. Now, the first one is the pre-map. So before we take the, when someone wants to come in for an assessment, and then this particular one here is the one where post-treatment, and this is the difference map where we can see how well the ortho K is sitting on the eye. So we can assess two things from here, centration and also the so we can check from the we can check the centration of the lens and also the power change. So how much power change have effectively happened, and if that matches the prescription for glasses. So Ortho K is a lens that's worn overnight. Of course, we do fit it so that we flatten the cornea and slow the axial elongation. All right. So taking good topography maps is the most important thing if you want to have very good Ortho K vision outcomes. So talking about the corneal curvature and measurement over here, how are we going to apply it? So the initial assessment gives us a good baseline. And then of course, follow-up measurement is important for just to measure, to just make sure that the cornea is not getting steeper over time, but also for patients with ortho K. Now, it is a significant, if we see any significant corneal change, it could indicate a pathology. Or for instance, if we see a change in their prescription, like it's not flattening as much anymore, it might be due for us to change the lenses. So yeah, so this is what we are able to do with the corneal curvature measurements, detect anything early like keratoconus, and then we're also able to measure the effectiveness, and it does provide data if we need to really modify any lens parameters. And lastly, also over here is very essential information. All right, and of course, it's going to be good for us to make the suitable decision to decide what lenses that we want to give. So how it all translate is actually page 7 of the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit, this particular box over here. Okay, so we can see this is someone who has mild, and then this is someone who has a bit more moderate myopia, and this is high. So it's the ocular health one over here. So I would say it's this particular bit right here. Now, as you can see, there are some which is in this green box, the dark green box. I'll share with you guys a bit more about why we do put them here, and if they are in any of these ones, what we should do tomorrow. I'll share with you guys that a bit more. All right, so here we are. So are you guys ready for the challenge for day 3 today? All right, so the first case study, if you remember AJ, all right, so we have not forgotten him yet. Now, his eye assessment, he does have a mild entropion, all right, but apart from that, everything else is looking pretty good. No cataracts, nothing of that sort. When we had a look at his posterior eye also, things are also looking pretty good. But look at his axial length, okay? Yeah, so what you can do, you can look at the axial length here and use that chart that I have dropped the links in the chat. You can go to the website or you can just review through the slides and the notes right here. Yeah, and then this is the corneal curvature reading. So based on this, what do you guys think is AJ's myopia risk? Don't tell me today. We're going to discuss it a bit more tomorrow. Okay. All right. Now, next one. Evie is a 6-year-old girl. All right. And this is the one where, if we recall, she was having vision issues for almost a year, and we had no idea that she was having really bad vision because we found after cyclo her vision was like a -3, which is pretty high for a 6-year-old. Yeah, so everything about Evie is looking good at the front of the eye, and also the posterior eye is looking pretty well over here, but look at her axial length, okay? Now, 23 might not sound too long, but I want you guys to use the chart again, and you guys will see if this is normal for her age. And lastly, look at her cornea K readings. Yeah, it's definitely slightly a bit on the flatter side, all right, which one thing to mention about flatter corneas, it can actually cause axial, it can actually mask myopia. Hence, Evie's myopia might be higher than we think. All right, so over here right now, this is basically RL, who's the 19-year-old female. So things are actually looking pretty good for her overall. But look at that, her CD ratio, okay, is fine. Eyes are nice and healthy. And that's her axial length measurement. And these are the corneal readings. So based on all this, what do you think is her myopia risk? So answers is going to be revealed tomorrow. All right, so I will see you guys tomorrow on day 4. And then just to show you guys the map, what's going to be presented tomorrow. So we're going to be talking about the myopia risk assessment matrix. This is probably the page that is most referenced. And I do want to go through it a bit more and show you guys the toolkit itself. So it's going to be very, very hands-on tomorrow. We're going to go a couple more cases hopefully tomorrow more than just the 3 that we had so that we can really try to implement it a bit more. So definitely, guys, join us in a discussion in the myopia management mastery group. Yeah, it will be really great for everyone to join this group because once we have reached 100 people, I'm going to do like a live weekly call where anyone can join in and just have a chat, you know, just to see if there's anything that I might be able to help you guys with. That's going to be great. Yeah. So I think that's about it. And yeah, so oh wait, let me just drop this link into the chat in case you guys do not have it. Yeah, that's where you can do to just join the group. Yeah. So I'm gonna stop sharing now. And great. All right. So we still got about like 2 minutes to spare right here. Yeah. So I really hope that you guys have really enjoyed today's presentation. There was a lot to go through. And you know, some of the things that we go through here might seem really minor, but it's definitely a very good reminder and also to see that when we want to manage myopia, we really, really need to know what's one of the worst case scenario that can happen. And then once we know that already, then we can definitely go into a bit more about like, okay, if we see much more simple myopia cases, how are we going to manage them? So we're going to go really easy. And then, of course, things are going to get a bit more complicated. But tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting for us to just go through a bit more about all of the myopia cases in a way. Okay. Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So have a good one and take care. Hello, everyone. So it's another day today. Today is day 4 of the Myopia Risk Assessment Challenge. Okay, so past 3 days has been really, really interesting. We've been going through a bit more about things like firstly like patient history, and then after that we go deep into talking about vision, but also about binocular vision. Okay, because binocular vision is something that is really underlooked at. A lot of optometrists do not really consider it, and it really has to be considered because vision is not the only thing that we have to consider for myopia management. And of course, we also talked about something really important about what is the gold standard of myopia management. And as of now, we know that measuring axial length is very, very important. So if you guys are not on it yet, you know, if you own your own practice, I would really encourage you to invest in one because yes, short term, it is going to be pretty expensive, but in the long term, it's going to pay in many, many folds, especially in getting patients to be on board with myopia management. Now, the very last thing that we go through, which was just yesterday, was actually about the ocular health itself. So you want to consider things like, the anterior eye, the posterior eye, because that's actually super duper important. You'll want to make sure that like health-wise, that your patients are all doing fine. All right. So let me just before I really dive into it, I do want to share a bit of like housekeeping on the whole, where you can see the recordings and whatnot. So let me share my screen. Okay, so here we are. So this is basically the homepage for the Myopia Management Mastery. If you have logged into Cohere, you have your own account and whatnot, you will see it just like in the My Journey tab. So it's the very first tab. I will include the link into the description. Let's see. Or I would say the chat. So let me put it into the chat. Just a moment, guys. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it's now in the chat already. So if you click on the link, you will go to this particular Cohere page. That's the platform we're using. And then once you create your account already, you'll be able to log in, and then you'll be able to join the 5-day assessment challenge. So if you just click on the challenge itself, it's going to bring you to the actual page where we host all the different videos for the different day. So today is day number 4. So for the past 3 days, as you can see, if you click on session 1, there will be a video 2, another video, and 3, which was just yesterday, another video. All right, yeah, so just to let everyone know about it. Now, the other thing also, I would highly encourage you guys to join the Myopia Management Mastery Facebook group. I'll drop the link in the chat box again. This is where, once we reach 100 people in the group, I'm definitely going to do a live session every single week. And the live session is just about myself sharing a bit about myopia. And if you guys do have any particular questions, yeah, I'm more than happy to answer it there also. Yeah. So just take note, that's what we'll be going to be doing in these 2 groups. There are some questions you have to answer before you jump into the group, so make sure to do so. So without further ado, let's jump into what we have been going through. So this is day 4 today. And what we're seeing here is just the outline of every single day, what we have covered. As mentioned, patient history taking day 1 done, and then vision and binocular vision assessment for the second day. Third one is the ocular health itself. And today, yes, today is the day where we go through the risk assessment matrix, arguably one of the most important page or the most referenced page so far by those individuals who have used the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit to just able to categorize where the patients sit at and how to manage them. Tomorrow is also going to be really interesting, where we're going to be going through how you implement everything that we've learned, and also about the communication, like how are you going to be communicating with your patients about myopia management. So stay tuned for tomorrow if you're really, really keen on that. All right, so today's learning objective, 4 main things that we're going to be going through. All right, so we're going to understand how everything we've talked about, how that all comprehensively come together in the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit. Secondly, we'll be going through to just recognize the different patterns in correlation, to the examination findings, and how do we, how do we assess the risk. The third thing we want to do is to categorize our patients: high, medium, or low risk myopia. And the lastly is to kind of have that personalized management plan for each patient. And before we dive into all that, as you guys know, answers for yesterday's question. So the very first one that we were going through was about AJ. So if you realize, he's a 12-year-old Taiwanese boy, and a very mild entropion on his lower eyelid. Apart from that, everything else looks pretty normal. So even if you have a look at the back of the eye, everything's okay. And those are the reading for the axial length. Yeah. So once we have done all of this, AJ actually has medium myopia risk when we consider all of the different factors for him in regards to his ocular health. Now, why is he medium risk? So as we can tell, in terms of the anterior eye, he's fine in terms of that, okay? Mild entropion might be something that is common among Asian kids, especially you might find them because they have super tight eyelids, especially within females, but sometimes you can also get it with males. Usually, as they grow older, their eyelids will turn out by itself, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Now, as we can tell here, the posterior eye, everything looks great. But one thing though, his axial length measurement, especially on the left eye, is within a slightly higher range, okay? Slightly within a higher limit. So just based on this on his left eye, that's probably the only risk factor out of everything over here. And that's why we would categorize him as having medium risk myopia. Now, the second one was about Evie, who is a 6-year-old girl, who we have talked about, who for a year she's been having a lot of vision issues. And then what we found yesterday was that her prescription was a -3 only at 6 years old. All right, and these are all the findings that we have. And then when we summarize it, basically anterior eye is fine, posterior eye is also looking very, very good, but her axial length measurement, so this is where it's actually a bit longer than it should be. 23.52 and 23.63. If you reference the table that we had yesterday, as you can see over here, she's actually in the 90th percentile of her age group. So if you guys recall, all the three cases that I'm going through today are actually real cases. Okay. Yeah. So as you know, because all of these are real cases that I personally have encountered. So this is the reason why that especially for Evie over here, we actually might want to manage her myopia much better. And I would categorize her as having high risk myopia just based on her ocular health findings. Now, the other thing also, look at her K readings, all right? So this is her corneal curvature. She is slightly a bit more on the flatter side, 7.8, 7.9. Of course, it's not super flat, but we're inching towards the 8.0 mark, and we know that with corneal curvature, the flatter the cornea is, the more it might mask some myopia. So just take that into consideration. It's also important to measure the corneal curvature and not just her axial length. Although we know that axial length is a much more better predictor of myopia risk and progression. Now, the very third case study over here is RL, who's a 19-year-old female. Now, she's a bit more straightforward because if you recall from yesterday, although she says she's been getting intermittent blurred vision for the past 6 months, her prescription was a hyperopic prescription. So she's not even myopic at all, right? Yeah, and as we can see over here, anterior eye, yeah, on the next slide. So anterior eye, posterior eye, and also look at her axial length measurement and the corneal readings, everything seems to be pretty good. So RL has really low risk myopia. So that is what all the different cases that we have done, this is what we have found for them. So again, it's very important for you to have a very comprehensive picture of your patient's myopia risk. All right, I'll just stop sharing for a moment. Yeah, so again, just to mention, it's important for you to have a very comprehensive picture of your patient's myopia risk when you look at those three different factors that we've been talking about for the past three, today coming fourth day. So the patient history, so that's very important. Second one is also to look at their vision and binocular vision. And the very last thing is to look at the ocular health. You have to see these three main things, and then from there we can categorize which category of myopia they're in. And from there, we can decide how we want to manage them. Okay, so that's super duper important. Yeah. So let's move on now to what we're going to be talking about today. So again, keep those cases in mind because we're not done with them just yet, right? So today, let's dive into today's topic, which is talking about the myopia risk assessment matrix. So this is on page 7 of the myopia risk assessment toolkit. I'm pretty sure by now most of you guys would have the toolkit already, but just in case if some of you do not, I am gonna drop the link in the chat, and then you guys can just click on it, and then you can use that as a reference. All right, great. So there's three main sections of the toolkit, which what we have been talking about over and over again. So the first part, which is the top part, has to do more with the patient history taking. Second part is when we talk about the vision and the binocular function or binocular vision. And lastly, it's about the ocular health, okay? So that's how we categorize this. So here are the couple of things, all right, just to give a bit of a refresher as to what we look at. And when we look at the vision and the binocular function, age is a very important factor that we want to consider. Basically, if they're less than 18 years old, they're definitely slightly in that higher myopia risk groups. And we know East Asian and also Southeast Asian, they're definitely in the high group. Myopic family members. So this is including parents, but also including siblings. Don't forget about that. So siblings are still considered in the myopic family members because more likely than not, if they have a sibling who's myopic, they might grow up in the same kind of environment, same kind of culture, and hence that can make them myopic too. So let's not forget about that. And then lastly, this is lifestyle, which is probably one of the most important risk factors that you should look at, is the amount of time that they spend outdoors on a daily basis, and also screen time. How much screen time are they on? So we know that if they're not spending much time outdoors, less than an hour, super high risk, super high risk. And then screen time, anything more than 4 hours a day, we will consider it really high risk. Now, to be on the, lenient side, you can still include, you do not need to include things like schoolwork if you want to consider this 4 hours, but you will still find that a lot of kids these days do spend a lot of time in front of the screens, and hence that's why they would have much higher risk of myopia. So just take note of that. All right, so the other thing now, when we go into the vision and also the binocular function, we want to look at a couple of things. So firstly is their prescription. Are their prescription changing a lot? Okay, and what is their current baseline prescription? Now, for someone with low risk myopia, or we would consider it pre-myopia, as we talked about firstly in day one, they would have a prescription roughly about here, plus 0.75 to a minus 0.25. So anyone minus 0.50 and above, then we would really consider them as having myopia. But of course, this is subject to age norm. With the table that I have shared yesterday, that does show the normal graph and all that. Yeah, so that's actually super duper important for us to consider that when we talk about the axial length growth. And lastly, -6 diopters, less than 10 years old, it's a good idea for us to actually really take note of this and refer them to our ophthalmology colleagues more for genetic testing, just to make sure they don't have any conditions, for instance, like Marfan syndrome or even like Stickler syndrome, which we know can actually cause super duper high myopia at a very young age. Now, prescription change is also something we have to have a look at. If their prescription is changing very frequently, we do want to be a bit more aware of it. So these are all the normative values that we need to look at. So as you can see, generally for a young child, about 7 to 10 years old, we still do want to get that less than 0.50 change as much as possible. Okay. Yes, 7 to 10 still less than equal to 0.50. And of course, when they're 7 to 10, if they're changing more than 0.50, then we know that they're super duper high risk. Okay. And this is the one that's probably interesting for some of you guys. Look at it. So 11 to 16-year-old, they'll be considered as like high progressing myopes if they're changing more than 0.25. So 0.50 and above, we consider that to be pretty quick. Now, talking about the test and the cover test, as we know, intermittent exotropia has been shown to really accelerate the myopia. Now, if we recall the statistics that we got from yesterday, right? So let me try to recall. Okay, so 50% of them will develop myopia by the age of 10, and 90% of them will develop myopia by the age of 20. And this is irregardless of whether they get any kind of surgery done to correct the intermittent exotropia or not, because both age group did not show any much difference. And this study actually tracked these kids over an 8-year period. So we can be fairly confident that what they have found is to be true. So anyone who has intermittent exotropia that you find in your practice, be sure to manage them very conservatively, as much as you can to try to slow down the axial progression. All right, let's get back into it. Okay, so let's talk about the ocular health now. So when we go to the ocular health, generally, if most of our patients and the practice, that we're going to get, most of them are going to be healthy, which is great. But I just want to take you guys to note this, some of the findings over here. If they do have high myopia and also high astigmatism, beware because they might have keratoconus. So this is where yesterday we talked about topography and the importance of doing topography on our patients. If you have a topographer, that's going to be great because you'll be able to tell pretty much instantly if your patient would have keratoconus. And from there, you want to manage it very differently than you would manage like normal myopia. Usually with keratoconus, you do want to correct the cone itself as to be able to correct their vision. As we know, if they're still early stages, they would still have good vision with glasses. But as they advance more and more, that might be a bit more tricky to just do normal myopia management. Something that's pretty interesting is that I have had a couple of colleagues before uh, who are actually using for those patients who have formed thrust keratoconus, means keratoconus that doesn't really change and have a relatively small cone, they have actually successfully done ortho-K on some of their keratoconic patients who are also myopic. All right, but that's the thing about it. Firstly, you have to monitor and check that they are formed thrust keratoconus, means that they are not really progressing on that front. Only then you can be a bit more confident to manage them with something like ortho-K. That being said, if the cone is advanced or if it's a moderate cone, you might not be able to do it. But if it's just a really mild cone, you would be able to. Personally, I have never ever done ortho-K on someone who's a formed thrust keratoconus, but just know that there are practitioners who do it successfully and their patient's myopic progression don't change. The only thing these practitioners do mention is that you would have to monitor the thickness of their cornea very, very closely. And on the first sign of change, after ortho-K, basically, if there's any ever change, you might want to consider stopping ortho-K just to see what is their actual progression or if their keratoconus has ever changed. But usually, if it's formed first, we can be pretty confident that it won't really change much. All right, so let's move on. Now, I'm not sure if you guys realize this, but oh wait, yeah. So just one more thing for me to talk about the axial length. Okay. Now, for the axial length, when we refer to the growth chart, if they're below the 50th percentile, then we can be pretty confident they have low risk. 50th to 74th, that's a bit more medium risk, and anything above the 75th percentile, I would say that that's really, really high risk. So usually patients who are in this target age group or this target range, we definitely want to do dual myopia treatment or dual therapy on them so that we get the best chance of them slowing down. So just take note of that. That's super duper important. And also, if you guys realize at the very bottom part of the risk assessment table, there is a darker green box. So because these are the ones that we want to consider referring for further evaluation by an ophthalmologist. Now, we know these days that, for instance, with keratoconus, we are able to, the patient themselves are able to undergo things like corneal cross-linking. And then also there's another up and coming one now, which is called CAIRS. That's another kind of surgery that's getting a bit more popular now, which actually helps in terms of like either trying to stop or slow down the growth, the progression of the keratoconus. So definitely look into it. I think we owe it to ourselves to if it's beyond our scope, just refer to our ophthalmology colleagues and they'll be more than happy to, provide their insights on it. Yeah, and I think it's great for optometrists and ophthalmologists to have that kind of collaborative care in a way. All right, so any retinal dystrophy, we definitely want to be take a closer look at it and potentially refer off. Colobomas, all right, definitely want to refer those off. Any lens subluxation. Personally, I have not seen one that is due to like Marfan's or stickless or anything like that. I have seen those one which is like post cataract patients getting it. Yeah, but in my myopic patients, thankfully so far, I have not seen any of those cases. So after knowing all of this is where we can now fully assess all of those three cases now, okay? The ones that we just got from in the beginning. So let's have a look at it. So if you recall, I'm just going to do a bit of recap about all the three case studies so that we know how we want to finally manage every single patient after we have used this myopia risk assessment toolkit. All right, so the very first one was AJ, who is a 12-year-old boy, Taiwanese ethnicity, who has blurry vision only in his left eye for the past 6 months. His dad is a high myope. Mom is normal, like is ametropic basically. But the younger brother has been under management by myself with orthokeratology. He has low myopia. All right, so that's about -2, if I recall right, 2 or 250. But he's been pretty stable. So the younger brother is fine, but now is the older brother that is coming in. All right, in terms of lifestyle factor, he does spend about maybe an hour outdoor each day, if anything, and then it does spend approximately 4 hours on screen each day. This is excluding schoolwork. So just think about it. And also the good thing is that he's never worn glasses before, all right? But we did say that he does have a high risk just because of those other symptoms and also lifestyle factors that we have talked about. Now, the other thing, yeah, so this is the main thing about him, having that low hyperope, moderate lack of accommodation at about a plus 150, and also a bit of presence of some ESO, but again, that's not too significant. And then in terms of the eye health, just now we had just gone through it. His axial length on the left eye is the one that's very, very concerning, right? Because it definitely sits at a much higher percentage for his age group. So the final management for case one. So this is how I manage AJ. All right. So what we did for him was, again, we did all the initial assessment. So you would be able to find much more information on the previous day slides and whatnot when I talked about the answers. But high myopia history just because of being East Asian, two family members myopic, 1 hour outdoor, 4 hours screen time. And then in terms of his vision, -050 myopia, but pretty high lack of accommodation. And then axial length on the left eye, yes, is in the 70th percentile. So overall, high, low, medium. I categorize him as having medium risk myopia. And how I managed him was that initially they were really keen on ortho-K, but his prescription is too low. So we decided to go with MySight and just review every 6 months. So this is what I want to talk to you guys about also, which is that when you're discussing management options with your patients, you can't just go with what they want. So if you recall, the younger brother is the one that already is on ortho-K. So mom and dad actually came in ready to get to get the older brother on ortho-K also. And because the older brother had seen how the younger brother is using ortho-K, doesn't need glasses daytime, find it really, really cool. But again, you have to consider if the prescription is only a -050, ortho-K will not be able to really indent, or to flatten the cornea as much, and you're not going to get as good of a result. You're not going to get that really nice peripheral defocus that you want in order for myopia control to work. So that's why in these cases, you have to look at other options. And in this case, we're pretty fortunate that we do have the option of MySight contact lenses. And one reason why I recommended that over the MyoSmart or like the myopia control glasses is because of the left eye. So his left eye is actually slightly hyperopic. Okay, and from my understanding, all the myopia control glasses do not do plus scripts, or maybe they do like super low pluses. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure they don't do plus script. Yeah, so in this case, that's why I decided to manage him with with the MySight contact lenses just on the left eye, and he's really enjoying it now. All right, yeah, so it's really great to see. I'm gonna see him in a couple of months for a review, so we'll see how he goes then. All right, so let's move on to case study number 2. All right, so Evie. So if we just try to recall all the case history, was that blurry vision in both eyes for the past year, and then her parents have no history of wearing glasses, and of course she has no siblings. All right, spend more than 2 hours outdoors daily, but she enjoys reading. So that's up to 6 hours each day of just reading close up. Now, when I talked to her aunt about it, who brought her in for the eye test, the aunt said that yeah, she doesn't spend too much time on like screens, but she just loves reading book. I find it that a 6-year-old reading books, that's a bit unfound in our day and age, isn't it? But I guess they are still out there, so it is possible. Now, in terms of the prescription history, never worn glasses before. So at that point of time, we did put her at a medium risk. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Now, but however, because she does have a much more significant myopia, so initially the auto refraction results came up to a 450, but after we did cyclo just to relax her eyes a bit more, it came down to a -3. Right, so -3 is like a true myopia, but she does have a very high accommodation lag, as you can see here, a plus 1.75. And without correction, her vision was very poor, 660. That was actually very, very bad. Okay. Yeah, a bit of mal exo and all this stuff. And from what we have talked about not too long ago, so ocular health, again, very healthy, which is going to be the common theme you will find with most of your younger patients. Most of them are going to be healthy. But her axial length, this is the one. This is the one. If you use that table that we talked about yesterday, you will find, yeah, that she is actually in the 90th percentile of her age group. So we're not even talking like 50%. We're not even talking 75th percentile. We're talking about 90th percentile. She's all the way up there for a 6-year-old. So this is where it's super concerning. And I won't be surprised if her myopia is actually higher because why? We've talked about it again. It's to do with her cornea. The cornea is a bit more flat. Okay. Yes, there is a bit of astigmatism, as we can tell from here, but generally it's slightly a bit more on the flatter side. So just to take note. So how did I manage Evie? This was how I did it. So firstly, we categorize her myopia risk, right? Yeah, so medium, high, high. So overall myopia risk is actually high. So we actually have to edit this a bit. But yeah, but basically in terms of overall myopia risk, it is on the high side. So what we did was we actually discussed some lifestyle options in regards to myopia management. So that's the very first thing because she does spend a lot of time just like reading her books and whatnot. I felt that she could definitely do much better in terms of it. Like reading book is great, but we still want to be making sure we take breaks in between and whatnot. And that was what I actually told her aunt who brought her in. We want to make sure that Evie is actually having more consistent breaks. And what I actually recommend for most kids these days is actually 5 minutes for every hour because I find that it's more sustainable for most kids and most adults also. But the other thing also is to spend more than 2 hours outdoors. So I told her aunt, look, Evie's myopia is really, really high for her age. She's definitely sitting in that much quicker progression age group. So we definitely want to give her the best chance of not progressing too quickly. All right, yeah, so that's very important for us. And the other thing also, I did actually refer her off to the children's hospital, to the ophthalmology department. The reason for it is because, again, like really high myopia at a really young age. She's, so I did mention in the slide, if they're about a -6 and they're less than 10 years old, you definitely want to refer them. If we use the growth progression chart, that is where she is kind of projected to be. So she is projected to soon, by the age of 10, if you don't do anything at all, to have super duper high myopia. And that's why I thought it's worthwhile for us to refer her off just for some genetic testing. Now, I would love to refer off my patients to a private ophthalmologist because over here in Australia, we do have those two different options. We can either go private or they can go with the public hospital system. They couldn't afford to go private, so hence that's why we went public. It is going to take a while for it to be seen, unfortunately, because that's just how the public system is. But yeah, let's not dwell too much on that. Okay. The other thing also, I've decided to do dual therapy for her because again, we want the best chance of slowing it down. Initially, we did discuss ortho K, but again, Evie has never worn any glasses before. Her aunt herself only wears reading glasses, so they're not too confident with the whole contact lens idea. So we decided to go with a pair of myopia control glasses and atropine. Now, usually I would go 0.01% if we do like a dual therapy kind of like management, but Just for Evie, we actually went with 0.05% atropine because we really want to make sure we hit it really, really hard just to make sure that everything's okay. And then I do put a review for her in 3 months' time. But here's the thing, they did not come back after 3 months. So I actually called her aunt just to see what's going on. And her aunt did mention that they are currently like just a bit busy and stuff like that. And like Evie is seeing well at the moment. The only thing is that in terms of the atropine drop, she's actually not using that anymore. Okay, so she's not using any more atropine drops because she just don't like it. Like every night, put into her eye, it just stings her eyes a lot. Okay, yeah. At this point, I'm just really curious, just to know from you guys who are here, are there any particular like myopia management options that you would prefer over other treatments, in terms of EV for this instance? If any one of you guys would be able to, yeah, maybe share. Okay, yeah. We'll just maybe wait for the answers to come in while I move on and talk about the rest of the cases for now. Okay. All right. So moving on. So we're gonna go to case study number 3 right here. Okay. All right, so case study number 3, if you recall, is RL, who is a 19-year-old mixed Caucasian and female patient. All right. Yeah, so some of her symptoms is like getting blurry vision in both of her eyes, and also for the past 6 months. Now, family history is not too bad. An older brother with super low myop who rarely wears glasses. So I'm gonna assume his prescription might be like maybe a minus 0.75 or minus 0.50. That's why he's not really wearing glasses as much. And lifestyle factor is really good because she does spend more than 2 hours outdoors every day, or at least 2 hours outdoors. And then also she does spend about 4 hours on screen. So, it kind of like balance itself out. And hence that's why I do put her as having low myopia because she has worn glasses before, but it is more for like focus work when she's in school. Now, we also did, her assessment in terms of like her prescription and whatnot, and did find that she only has a very, very mild hyperopic prescription, normal-ish lack of accommodation, if anything, slightly on the lower side, which is still pretty okay. Slight, exo and ESO, but again, that's not super significant. And just now, when we go through her history of her eyes, look at that. This is like everything's fine. Anterior eye is good, posterior eye is good, which is normal again. And then her axial length is normal. Okay. Now, generally for adults, I would say if you see like a 23 to 24 kind of axial length, I'm still like, finding that it's fine because it's not in that like 25, 26 range, but just take note of it that you still just want to check to make sure that they're not in that higher myopia range. In this case for RL, she's actually a really low kind of like chance of being super myopic. So final management for case study number 3. How did I manage it? Okay, so with all of these factors that we've seen, low, low, and low, she has super duper low risk of developing myopia. In fact, what she has was actually accommodation insufficiency. So I did advise doing BV workup just to focus on like, near and far exercises. So just to shift her focus a bit more. Also, I did prescribe the anti-fatigue glasses for her. So this is a bit more for like all the things that she's going to be doing, like concentrating and all of that stuff. And yeah, just review her in 12 months' time. Now, I'm not sure about you guys out there, but I have actually been getting a lot of patients, and I'm talking about like in their late, who are either in university in their late teens, in their 20s, or even in their early 30s these days, having a lot of accommodation insufficiency issues because of like doing a lot of close-up work or accommodation kind of like in facility where it's a bit hard for them to focus far and near. And most of the time, I just advise them, look, you just have to rest your eyes much more, take more breaks, blah, blah, blah. Most of the time, also, they do want an alternative option. Like, what else can I do apart from just like relaxing my eyes? And this is what I usually would tell them, okay, that look, one thing, glasses will be able to help you out, but of course, you must find ways to help yourself out also. Most of the time, they're really glad that they're not like truly myopic, or like their vision has not gotten worse from the last time. But I did caution them that, look, the more time you spend on screens, the higher chance of myopia. So you just want to make sure that that is not that's happening with you. All right, so let's get back to the slides. All right, so where are we going to go from here? Is that we're actually going to dive into much more complex cases, okay? Yeah, so complex cases, are the ones which we want to make sure that it's not just the simple things that we want to encounter, but sometimes we may get things which are much more challenging. So this is what I want to say is that the following cases is all not from me. It's actually from this particular resource that I found very, very useful. It's called Managing Myopia One Child at a Time. Okay. I have no financial disclosures. I'm not endorsed by them or anything. I just think that this is a very good book on myopia management. You guys can screenshot this page and then just type in Managing Myopia One Child at a Time. This book will come out. Okay, the authors really did a great job at putting a lot of information in this book, giving various kind of case studies, a bit more complex ones also, as to how we should manage myopia. So definitely, definitely look into it. I highly recommend that. So going into days 4 challenge today. All right. So these are the couple of things that we really want to dive into. So case study number 4. Now, I highly recommend you guys to take like a screenshot of this so that you will have a really good idea of what we need to do. So there's going to be like 6 screenshots today, 2 slides per patient. So I've actually condensed a lot about what that's in the book here. So let's read through the first one. CH is a 7-year-old female patient with a family history of high myopia. So look at that. One parent is a -12 and one sibling is a -6. So no doubt, 2 people in the family with high myopia right here. Now, CH she did present with moderate myopia. The first time it was diagnosed was when she was age 5. Now, her parents did want to seek a second opinion before starting myopia management, which was an unfortunate thing because this was during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, right? And initially, her refraction was like a -2.25, but she did had amblyopia. So she was seeing like 6/9 in each eye with her proper correction. She also does not have a lot of time outdoors and also very, very limited screen time. Okay. And initially, she was prescribed the Myopilux bifocal glasses, which is, back then was for myopia control, but these days we have something much better. And also was prescribed low dose atropine. However, the issue was that when they saw the ophthalmologist disagreed with the optometrist's plan and recommended using single vision glasses. And the reason for it is because to correct the amblyopia. So unfortunately, she continued to progress with the single vision glasses until she reached a -5.25 and 550. And this was in 2021. So after the pandemic, when things started to open up, she came back for her evaluation. So here are the findings that, I just want to summarize this a bit so it's a bit more easier. So I do want you guys to use the myopia risk assessment toolkit. All right, you can screenshot this one also. And then we can see whether CH, this girl here, if she's a low, medium, or high risk myopia. And on top of that, how would you manage it? I will go through how they manage it, but how would you yourself manage this? So we'll go through that tomorrow. But just before I move on to the next case, this is again something that I do find that is pretty, that is actually very normal in a way. Yeah, that I do find that a lot of patients, sorry guys, I'm just trying to, okay, yeah, not sure why I can't make myself the biggest one here. What if I pin, there we go. Okay. All right. So the main thing is that when you get patients, right, who come into you firstly, and then they want to see an ophthalmologist, what then happens is that sometimes ophthalmologists might not be in agreement with your management. We must understand that for most of our ophthalmology colleagues, they might not be as aware about the different myopia control treatment that might be out there. But however, especially here in Australia, I do find that most of them are very pro atropine. They're actually very against ortho K, generally. And I have got this from an ophthalmologist before, who does a lot of pediatric child management. Is that she said this, where she would never ever prescribe any contact lenses for any child, and she said because she has seen a lot of nasty cases. And look, I'm not going to say that kids do not get any infection with contact lenses at all, but a lot of studies have shown that it's actually fairly safe, even for kids, to be using contact lenses. And the compliance for kids is actually much, much better than most adults anyway. That's what the studies have shown. So, sometimes when there's a disagreement in management, it can be tough. And yes, usually patients do follow what the ophthalmologist would recommend until if they see that, like the myopia is progressing a lot, then suddenly they would run back to us. That's what I find mostly happen. Hopefully, as time goes by, we would be able to be more in line, like optometrists and ophthalmologists will be on the same page when it comes to myopia management. And I think slowly we are getting there as day goes by. All right. Yeah. So there's just one thing I'd like to share a bit more about it. The recent conference that I attended about 3 weeks ago. This was in Gold Coast, in Queensland, Australia. It was actually really refreshing. One of the presentation was actually given by an optometrist who does a lot of myopia management and a pediatric ophthalmologist who does a lot of myopia management, and they were actually in agreement about all the studies, which has been done on myopia management. And he's actually really supportive of optometrists getting more into the field, because this is something that has happened over here in Perth, Australia, is that we have had one ophthalmologist who everyone referred to for myopia management for the past like 4 or 5 years. Guess what happened finally? He decided to actually stop taking myopia cases anymore now, because his myopia caseload is just really, really high. And he actually sent out a letter to all the optometrists who now wants to refer to him, to say that like optometrists have now, gained really a lot of knowledge in the field of myopia, and that he trusts that we as optometrists over here in Australia will be able to manage the cases well. So we can see that shift slowly happening already. And I won't be surprised over time if most of our ophthalmology colleagues would be more open. They'll be much more open to us being able to just manage most of the myopia cases if it's not pathological, or if it's not like super duper fast progressing. So that's the future that I'm envisioning. Okay. All right. So let's get back on to case number 2 here. Yeah. So that's case study number 4, which is the first one for today, which is going to be revealed for tomorrow's challenge, the answer for it. All right, so next one here, day 4, a really, really short one, okay, this time around. So let's read it through. So ML is an 11-year-old Caucasian female with a history of myopia onset at age 9 years old, so just 2 years. With slow progression in her myopia, despite inconsistent use of single vision glasses from 2016 to in 2018. Now, after starting to wear her correction in 2018, for some reason, her myopia progressed rapidly. This is really interesting, isn't it? Like, if you think about it, why would myopia progress super quickly in someone who wears glasses instead of who doesn't wear glasses? One theory that, we can really talk about here is about the theory of peripheral defocus. As all of us at Tom just know, when light enters the eye, if you're using a single vision lens, on the fovea, image is nice and clear, but in the periphery, the image is actually falling behind the retina. And, there is a school of thought which says that that might be one reason why a lot of the patients are still progressing. Okay, yeah, so that's one thing to take note. All right, so jumping back into it. Yeah, and let's have a look at what she really has, okay? So again, you can just take a snapshot of all this, that you'll have a really good idea of what we are going to be going through tomorrow. So firstly, patient case history. So Caucasian female, no family history of myopia. That's great. But then again, diagnosed with myopia at a really young age, limited outdoor exposure, but more than 8 hours of screen time. Now, this is the other history. Remember, the sixth question in the myopia risk assessment toolkit, if you look at the questionnaire, is about prescription changes. So you just want to know if your patient had been having consistent prescription changes. And, so this patient has been changing her prescription every 6 months. So just imagine that. Maybe like a minus 050, then become a -1, and then a -150, to eventually now she's at a -2. Pretty insignificant ESO and exophoria right there. And then her lack of accommodation seems to be okay, maybe a teeny bit on the lower side. And that's her age length information right there. So just think about it. She's only 11 and we're getting more than 25 right here, almost inching to 26. So what is her myopia risk, firstly? And secondly, how would you manage her myopia? So case study number 6 for day 4 challenge today is going to be JD, 18-year-old Latino male with a history of myopia onset at age 6. So he's been having myopia for 12 years right now. And so previously and currently still wearing ortho-K lenses, so since the age of 7. So look at that, 7 years old. Now presents with complaints of glare and halos, particularly when he's driving, which is, again, very, very typical. I'm going to share my history with that too, with a patient of mine. Despite stable myopia control for a number of years already, all right, he is actually keen to get off ortho-K. That's what's basically happening. Okay, but of course, it's because of the long axis length that does place him in the 95th percentile of his age group. We're really concerned if you stop ortho-K, will his myopia then progress much more? So just to share with you guys about the cases about the halos and all that, I personally have encountered 2 of my patients who had this issue. Now, both of them wanted ortho-K, so we fitted ortho-K with actually a slightly larger optic zone. All right, the treatment zone, I did make it a bit larger. Reason being is that both of them have really large pupils also. Both of them are ladies. One of them was 14, the other one was 18. And the issue the 14-year-old female had was that she said when she's crossing the road at night, she's not able to confidently do so because she get a lot of glare, a lot of halos. The issue with the 18-year-old was that she also mentioned that when she's driving at night, she just get a lot of halos. So how can she cope with it? All right, so this is something that is not uncommon. Some of your patients will present with this. So when they do, what are you going to do? Okay, yeah, so that's something that is very important to think about also. So I will reveal how I did manage my patients, but also I want you guys to just think about it. How would you manage this patient in these instances? Very important to know. All right, and this is the main thing. All right, so for this particular male, all right, his family history is that both parents, myopic father, have underwent LASIK, so mom and dad pretty much, and then diagnosed with myopia at age 6, limited outdoor exposure. Now this one, 10 hours a day, including school-related stuff. Okay, so currently on ortho-K. Binocular function, that's what we have. And then, of course, currently the prescription is also ortho because like they're wearing ortho-K. Yeah, so not really any significant prescription. Topography, yes, normal with the rule. But when I say normal with the rule here, this is at baseline before they commence ortho-K. Everything was fine. But yeah, that's the axial length. Look at that, 26.10 and 26 on the left eye. 95th percentile easily, or it might be way above, okay? Yeah, so in this case, what's JD's myopia risk and how would you manage it? So I find these cases all to be super interesting because all of it presents us with slightly something different. This last case here actually shows us like, okay, so if you get this patient right here, what are you going to do? How are you going to manage it? So again, answers is going to be revealed tomorrow, where I'm going to go through much more about it. And then over here also, just to share with you guys again, this is what we've gone through day 1, 2, 3, and 4. All is done. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty interesting one because we're going to be talking about how are we going to implement this and also around the communication. So everything that we have learned, applying it into the myopia risk assessment toolkit, using the toolkit and whatnot, and also how to talk to patients. But we'll also be talking about one thing which I feel is super duper important, which is actually about our mindset. Oh yeah, I'll talk that a bit more. But basically, yeah, do join the discussion on Facebook. This is a Facebook group that I have started at the moment. You know, we have less than 100 members, but I do encourage you guys to get on it so that, you know, as we get to 100 members, I will be able to do live calls in a way where I'll be able to go live and then, you know, be able to just share my thoughts. I aim to do it on a weekly basis. So hopefully we all be able to get this group up there and then we can get going. Because again, I just want to be able to share with you guys, you know, all the knowledge that I have about myopia management. Because I think it is something that is still not as out there as much as we would like it to be. Okay. Yeah. So those are the main things about it. Now, that's gonna be all for today. Yeah, we did finish about what's this, like 3 minutes early today. Yeah, so thank you everyone for really being here, for really joining me. I really truly, truly appreciate you guys being here, spending your time, because your time is the most valuable asset for anyone, really. Okay. So thank you so much. You know, if you do have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comment. Yeah, and I'll be more than happy to answer them for you. So thank you very much, everyone. Hi, everyone. So today is the final day of the 5-day myopia risk assessment challenge. I'm so happy to see you guys here today. You know, it's been a really long journey. And as you guys know, some of you guys might know that it's actually my first time running this challenge. And one reason being is that I just want to give back, you know, to you guys, you know, optometrists and eye doctors who have really been on this journey of myopia management, and especially if you're not really sure how to effectively manage myopia, this is where we talk about the risk assessment bit, because even before you start managing, you have to know how to assess them properly. So you want to make sure you ask the right questions, and that the different things that we've gone through the past 3 days on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, which was just yesterday. We went through how to effectively use the myopia risk assessment matrix for you to categorize your patients in terms of like history. Are they low, medium, or high risk? And then we evaluate their vision and binocular vision, low, medium, or high risk. And finally, is their ocular health, whether they're low, medium, or high risk. You will realize that as time goes by, there is a certain pattern. There's a certain pattern that you do look into as to when you want to categorize patients. There are some things which you will see that will come up over and over and over again when it comes to managing myopia. So I want you guys to know about it, and you will see that as time goes by, it just gets more and more clear. All right, so without further ado, let me share my screen for today. Okay, here we go. So we're going to be presenting, going to presenter view, and here we are. Let's enter the full screen. All right, everyone. So here we are today. Again, this is the very last day of the myopia 5-day risk assessment challenge. So firstly, I would like to welcome all of you guys who have joined us for the very first time. And also, you know, feel free to drop a comment if you guys would like to just let me know where you guys are from. That'd be great, just for me to, you know, just kind of know where everyone is from. But without further ado, this was the agenda that we've been seeing and going through a lot for the past week. So as you can see from here, we're talking about from the patient history, and then we go into the binocular vision and function assessment. Oops. And then we go on to talking about the ocular health evaluation, the risk assessment matrix, and today is the day that we talk about implementation and communication and how important it truly is. And then after the presentation today, we're going to go a bit more into what's next. So today's learning objective, firstly, we want to understand when and how I personally use the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit, the MRA Toolkit, for quick reference and decision making. The second thing, we're going to determine whether to manage or refer our patients using the referral form effectively. Third thing for today, we're going to master the effective communication with patients and parents about myopia progression and also treatment. The fourth thing, we're going to address parental concerns, including treatment options and overcoming price objections. That's a really big one there. And then after that, I do want to introduce you guys to the next step, which is the Myopia Management Mastery N3 program, but more on that a bit later on. So before we start, let's go on into day 4 challenge answers. And also, I'm just wondering, do you get to be part of the discussion? So as you guys know, we do run this challenge on our Facebook group. So I'll just drop into the chat over here. Let's see. There we go, chat. Yeah. Yeah, about where you can join this on Facebook. Yeah, so if you just click on that link, guys, that's where you can join us even after this challenge. That's where we're going to be pretty active. At the moment, we're almost close to 50 members, but once we reach 100 members, I am going to be doing a weekly live session where I'll just be sharing my thoughts about myopia. And if there's any questions that come through, I'm more than happy to answer them. All right, so day 4 challenge, case study 4. So just to recap, CH is a 7-year-old female with a family history of high myopia. Look at that. So one parent is a -12, which is the dad, and then the sibling is a -6. So she does present with moderate myopia initially and at age 5. Now, despite her parents, knowing that she has myopia, they do actually want to seek a second opinion on it. And this was actually during the COVID-19 pandemic, if you guys recall. And initially, her refraction did show that she was sitting at a -2.25. However, she did have amblyopia, which means on the right eye, she was only seeing 6.9, and left eye, she was seeing 6.9. She did not spend too much time outdoors, but of course, the good thing was that there was limited screen time. And at a point of time, she was actually prescribed the Myopilux bifocal lenses. So back in those days, before we have all the, I would say, more proper myopia control glasses, we did use some sort of a bifocal back then, or like a multifocal. So this was one of it, the Myopilux. And also was given low dose atropine because at -2.25 at 5 years old, she was definitely slightly in the higher end of potentially having a really, really high myopia as she grows older. Now, the ophthalmologist that she saw actually disagreed with the optometrist's plan and recommended going back to single vision lenses and doing amblyopia therapy. So unfortunately, during the whole pandemic, she actually continued to progress all the way till, look at that, a -550 by 2021. So that's actually a huge, huge change. And that's probably when she's 7, just in about a matter of 2 years. So after the pandemic, she did return for further evaluation. And this is all the information that we have for her. So again, we want to categorize them into patient history, vision and binocular function, and on also the ocular health. So as you can see, in terms of anything else, in terms of aphoria measurements, it's fine, but the neophoria, it's slightly, I mean, I wouldn't really say high, but a bit moderate, I would say, 8x aphoria. Lack of accommodation is okay, but bilateral amblyopia was noted initially. And this was the ocular health, pretty good, but the axial length, though, look at that. Such a quick progression in 2 years. So we're going to talk about what is CH myopia risk, and then also how you would manage it. So the final management for case study number 4, this is what happened. So we decide to prescribe ortho-K due to quick progression. And then within 7 days of wear, look at that. Her VA on both eyes, 6.6 on the right eye, 6.6 on the left eye, pretty much perfect vision. And then the other thing also, in this kind of cases where the myopia just increases really quickly, you want to make sure that you actually give time to really understand what's going on and also to review them much more quickly. So in this case, every 3 months. And of course, there's a need to maybe adjust the management based on the progression. So I'll just like to stop sharing for a moment just to share with you guys that this is one thing that is actually really common in a professional arena where sometimes optometrists and ophthalmologists might differ how we manage myopia. One thing, though, is that this was more of a case when we talk about maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago. These days, it's actually appearing much, much better. So it's actually really encouraging to see that things are definitely moving towards a direction where optometrists and ophthalmologists are kind of working hand in hand instead of one having a different opinion than the other one. So I would say that as time goes by, we're definitely moving towards a much better future in terms of myopia management and co-management with ophthalmologists and optometrists. So let's get back into the share screen. Okay, here we go. So let's move on to the next one. So case study 4, a bit shorter here, not as lengthy as the first one. So ML is an 11-year-old Caucasian female with a history of myopia onset at age 9, presented with slow myopia progression despite inconsistent use of single vision glasses from 2016 to 2018. Funny thing, after starting to wear her correction in 2018, her myopia progressed much more rapidly. If you guys really think about it, one thing, when our patients do wear their single vision glasses, there is a peripheral defocus that happens where the light rays, instead of it falling on the retina, falls behind the retina. And it is thought that this could actually cause further progression of myopia in some of our patients. There is no doubt that being fully corrected is better than being under corrected. So there's definitely no two ways around it. It's much better. It's much, much better if our patients are fully corrected than under correction. But just take note of that. And here we go. As we can see, in terms of the patient history, vision, and binocular function, and lastly, ocular history. So everything looks pretty good. Caucasian female. So pretty low risk myopia here. But look at that, limited outdoor exposure and more than 8 hours on screen time. Now, in terms of her prescription, she's a -2 on both ties. But look at that axial length. Now, even without thinking too much about it, 25, an axial length of 25 inching towards 26. This is super, super long. So you just want to make sure that when you have patients who have really long axial length, that you do not just allow them to be just as how it is. You really want to proactively manage them. So even if I had not had any other information, but just looking at her axial length, I'd be super concerned, and I definitely do want to manage her myopia. So again, what is ML's myopia risk and how would you manage it? So the final management for case study number 5. So in terms of patient history, ML actually has a really high risk over here. And in terms of a prescription, being a -2 at the age of 11, that would put her somewhere in a medium risk. However, because of her axial length, look at that, super duper long axial length. That's why it's high risk. So overall, she is a high risk myope. So we are going to be using ortho-K. All right, so ortho-K was what that was used to prescribe. And then guess what? She actually increased even more after she came back for a review. And because of that, we decided to add on 0.05% atropine. And also lifestyle modification is very important, which I will cover a bit more on later on. But just know that if they are on a particular myopia control option, but they're still having really bad habits, sometimes it just kind of like counteract each other. And also if, let's say, they are on the myopia control option, but doing all the bad things still, it is still going to get worse. Now, lifestyle modification, again, that's very important. And also in this case, since we did leave it a year initially, this time decided to follow up every 3 months to assess the axial length and also how effective those ortho-K lenses are in terms of myopia management. So 2 points that I want to share over here. Firstly, about the point of ortho-K lenses itself, there's actually a lot of ways for us to design ortho-K lenses. I usually go for pretty standard design where the optic zone, I would usually like to keep it around 5, at the most 5.5 mils for myopia control. And then having a really good peripheral blur zone. So the total treatment diameter usually for me is going to be about like 8 mils. Okay. Yeah. And also the other thing is that you can increase the eccentricity, which means, how much it defocus by in the periphery. with certain lens design. So customizing ortho-K lenses is actually one of the best ways to get the best treatment outcome for patients. No doubt they might get halos, they might get glare, but there is definitely something that we want to do, in order to help our patients most with that. And the other thing that we can take away from that particular case study is that if your patient is on a myopia control treatment and they are getting worse, don't be afraid to tell parents that, yes, they are getting worse. We need to do something more. All right. So we need to do something more because parents have to know. All right. So I was once there. I was once really afraid to tell parents because like, oh, I've got them to invest like this much money into their kids, and then now the myopia is still progressing. What am I doing? Am I even doing the right thing right here? So just know that if your patient is still progressing, there's nothing wrong with letting their parents know. And if anything, this really enforces them to make sure that they really adhere to the lifestyle advice, and then also to make sure they adhere to the treatment option. And on top of all of that, we want to make sure that we control or help to slow down their myopia as much as possible. All right, so let's move on to the next one. So case study number 6. This is a bit of an interesting one, okay? JD is an 18-year-old Latino male, family history of myopia since the age of 6, been wearing ortho-K since age 7. Bam, we got on it really, really early. So now he's 18, so you can tell he's been wearing ortho-K for about 11 years already. That's pretty good. The issue now is that since he's much older now, he is driving and is presenting with glare and halos, despite having really stable myopia control for several years. Now, axial length measurement did reveal that his axial length is 26 millimeters, which does place him in the 95th percentile, according to the Tightman chart when it comes to the normal growth chart. So what are we going to do in this case? Let's get a bit more information. So patient history, both parents were myopic. Dad had underwent LASIK already. He was diagnosed with myopia at age 6. Now, not much outdoor activities here, and also more than 10 hours on school-related screen time. Currently still wearing ortho-K. Now, binocular vision and function all looks pretty good. Of course, vision is ortho or plano because he's wearing ortho-K. So pretty good vision right there. And then topography, of course, when we say normal with the rule, this is prior to ortho-K. Everything is still fine for now. Slit length findings looks good. Axial length on the high side. So what's our final management? All right, so the first one, in terms of patient history, definitely all of that constitute to really high myopia. And then moving on about the vision. Okay, so this is about somewhere medium myopia. And then, of course, overall, very high progression. So, okay, apologies, guys. Okay, I might just go off the slides here. Yeah, just to share how we, in the end, managed JD's case, right? Yeah, is that with JD's case, what we did, I mean, not myself, but this is a case that is from the book, if you guys remember, it's called Managing Myopia. So what was actually happened was that we decided, the authors have decided to stop JD on the ortho-K and actually tried using multifocal contact lenses. Now, reason being is because with multifocal contact lenses, some sort of like a MiSight lens, right? We're able to still correct the patient's distance prescription, but at the same time also still being able to make sure that we get still the full myopia control. So we must really consider, since currently the patient is wearing the ortho-K lenses, and if they want to get off the ortho-K lenses, what else is there? All right, so because it's causing a lot of glare issues nighttime. So if they do get a lot of the glare issues at night and you want to make sure that they're still getting the proper myopia control, we change them to a multifocal lens. But here's the issue. JD actually tried using the multifocal lenses, however, was not able to cope well with it and didn't like the vision because he was still getting glare and halos. So we decided to move towards just normal single vision contact lenses. And because he had really long axial length, the authors have decided to actually monitor his myopia much more closely. So every 3 to 6 months, they bring him in order to manage him. Okay, so that's the end of all the 6 case study that we have shared today. And from here, we're going to move on to our discussion for today. So let's dive into it. All right, so firstly, when and how to use the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit. I'm going to share you guys when I personally would use it. So I usually use it on 2 indications, which is firstly, if I know it's like a myopic patient, so he's coming for a review, but also if my patient starts to say that they do get blurry vision. And then also if the autorefractor results suggest any kind of myopia, then that's a good indication that, it's time to pull out the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit for us to be able to effectively screen our patients. Now, in the practice that I work at, we actually do what's called pre-testing, meaning there is like an optical technician who helps to do a certain part. So for instance, like taking the fundus photos, OCT photos, and also taking an auto refraction of the patient. And hence, before I see the patient, I do have some information. All right. And with that, I can kind of have a look and see if they might be myopic and then make some assessments from there. So, but just to be known and just be really cautious of things like pseudomyopia and also over accommodation for kids who are very, very young. So their prescription might maybe show in the autorefraction like a minus 0.75 or 0.50, but in fact, they might not even have myopia at all because they're just over accommodating. That's why when you're in the testing room, when you're doing RET, that's actually very important. Retinoscopy gives you a much better idea of where your patients are. So this is the toolkit that I was referring to. All right. So in case you guys have not get it just yet, I am gonna drop it in the chat here. So just give me a moment. Yep, there we go. Okay, yeah. So in case anyone does not have it, that's where you can pretty much click on it, and then you'll be able to get onto it. Now, next thing, manage or refer patients. So how do you decide if, let's say, you want to manage the patient or if you want to refer them off? So if you use the myopia risk assessment matrix, firstly, as we've talked about it over the past like 5 days, right? That's where you can really put them into low, medium, or high risk patients. Now, once they're there, usually for most of the cases that I have in my particular practice that I work at, 95% of the time, I manage their myopia in-house, unless there's a specific criteria in which I need to refer them off, which we're going to talk about in the next slide over here. Okay, now, so this is the referral form. It's a really basic and straightforward referral form. As you can see, initially, there's the patient name on top, input all the details here, and then who you want to refer it off to, if it's an ophthalmologist or another optometrist, and then to evaluate what is it that you want them to find out, and also if there is additional comments from your side. Usually for myself, I would definitely refer any child who has really high myopia. So we're talking about like a -6 in kids who are less than 10 years old because they have much higher risk. And in the studies, it shows 54% risk of genetic condition like Marfan's or Stiglitz. So we definitely want to make sure that we screen these patients, although they're really young, so that we will be able to see if they have any of this other genetic conditions that might have caused the high myopia. Next thing that we want to do is also to use the referral form to ensure that we put all the necessary information. So there might be some information that is pretty useful. So for instance, like the prescription of the patient in terms of the outdoor activities, how long they do spend time outdoors, how much time they usually would have in terms of new work. Yeah, so outdoor time and new work, I think those are really crucial. Also, family history of myopia. Basically, almost everything that we've talked about in the Myopia Risk Assessment Toolkit is very important for you to talk through. So I'm just going to stop the, no, I'm not going to stop the screen share, but I'm just going to change the it to the Myopia Risk Assessment form. So this is the referral form itself, as you guys can see. And I'll just briefly go through the form here. So firstly is a history taking, which we have gone through on the very first day. Important questions to ask the patient. And then moving on from there is all the examination room checklist. I am pretty sure that most of you guys have some sort of a format already, but I would say these are the more important tests, especially when it comes to myopia, risking to assess the myopia risk. And then ocular health assessment, again, pretty straightforward, but there's a couple of conditions here at the bottom that you just want to make sure that your patients do not have. And if they do, consider referral. And of course, the gold standard that we've talked about, ocular measurement in terms of the axial length, super duper important. All right, and this was the risk assessment matrix, which we have been referring to a lot for the past couple of days. Day one, we went through this bit, which is the risk factors. And then day two, the vision and the monocular function. And then day three is all of this right over here. The ones in dark green are the one that you can consider referring off just for more assessment to be done. Okay, yeah, so just take note of those things. So for instance, like condition like keratoconus, why do you want to refer them off? Because in this day and age, we do know that with keratoconus, there are two particular kind of like treatment options or surgical options that our patients can go through. Number one being corneal cross-linking. And then number two is CAIRS. So that's CAIRS. That's a bit more of a newer treatment. You guys could definitely Google to find out a bit more about it. And here we go. This is the referral form itself. Okay. Yeah. So again, it's really straightforward how you go through it. Name, date of birth of the patient, who you want to refer them off to, and the important information right here. Okay. So let's go back into the into our presentation. All right, so next bit, we're going to talk about mastering effective communication. Okay, so this is the bit that I feel is like really important for most of us optometrists, just to be able to talk and to be able to make our patient understand about myopia. And I must admit, most of the time when you are talking to parents, when you're talking about effective communication, right, it's more towards parents. Kids are involved because they are there. So don't leave them out. But most of the communication you will realize is towards parents, because parents are the ones who are going to make the decision for their kids. All right, so mastering effective communication. One of the things that I really like to do when I get really new myopes in, and I just want to explain to parents a bit more about how well their kids is seeing, I try to relate it to some real life scenarios. So for instance, if their vision is, if their prescription is like a -1, so they're seeing like 612 or 20/40, right? I would then try to relate to parents saying that, hey, if your child were to be of driving age, they would not be able to drive without any glasses or any form of correction. Okay, so this is just so that parents have an idea. Now, I do understand that in the States, depending on where you're at, the driving criteria is a bit different. But from where I am in Perth, Australia, the minimum driving requirement is 6/12 or 20/40. So that's where when you make parents understand as to how well their kids is seeing or is not seeing, then they'll be able to understand a bit more. If you recall, the second case study that we went through the past 5 days was Evie, who's a 6-year-old girl who I saw, and her prescription was already a -3 at 6 years old. So imagine that, -3 at 6 years old. I immediately told her aunt who was there, who brought her in, that, look, Evie, if she were to be a driving age, she would not be able to drive without any form of correction. Her aunt just cried in the testing room because she had no idea that her niece could not see very well. Like, she knew she had vision issues, but did not know that she was seeing that poorly. So just take note of that. All right, so the next one, when it comes to progressive myopes, this is where you want to kind of like change your tune a bit more. And again, this chart is definitely going to be much more referred to for much younger kids, right? But if you have a look over here, now what's considered like low risk myopia would be if they're 7 to 10 years old and their myopia is not improving by anywhere, so by less than 0.50, that would be considered pretty okay. 11 to 6, less than 0.25. So 7 to 10, we know that their eyes are still growing. So if you see a -0.25 change prescription-wise, you might want to still say that, hey, this is something that's pretty normal. This is what we expect. And you know that usually if someone is -0.25 under-corrected, they can still usually see pretty well. So it's not too much of a concern. But of course, the medium risk here would be at least an 0.50 change, or at least an 0.25 change here. And then high risk would be anything 050 and above for 7 to 10, and more than 025 change for 11 to 16. Yeah. So you just want to make sure, and you just want to take note that these are the things that we definitely want to have a look at. Okay. All right, so let's talk about mastering, yeah, in terms of the long-term impact. Now, you have to make parents aware also that if they do not get myopia management done for their kids, there are going to be some eye conditions which they can get later on down the road. So conditions like glaucoma or even retinal detachment. So as optometrists, we know that these are, especially glaucoma, is irreversible blindness. If someone has it already, there's no way for them to like gain back their vision. So if myopia can cause glaucoma, why would we want them to have any chance of getting this at all? Now, the thing about tears and detachment, as we can see over here, there's a bit more leeway to it in a sense that if we get it patched up quick enough, they might still be okay. But of course, if it is not patched up early enough, they might still end up with really poor vision over their lifetime. Hence, this is why it's really important, to really effectively communicate with our patients. Now, when we talk about lifestyle changes, this is the thing. Now, when it comes to anyone who has low, medium, or high risk myopia, I would always tell their parents about lifestyle changes. Kids have to spend time outdoors. It's super duper important. I usually would encourage them to spend more than 2 hours outdoors. And usually when you tell them 2 hours outdoors, they would sometimes spend a bit less for the kids. So look, even if this kid were to spend like an hour and a half outdoors every day, that is still a win for us because we know that that's the main thing. Get outdoors, relax your eyes. And the other thing also to limit any leisure near work for under 2 hours. It's really hard to get kids to like not do any kind of like screen work or play games and all this kind of thing. So there's no way to run away from it. But what we can do is to try to promote them to try to do a bit less or even to use the TV. So yes, I do encourage parents to allow their kids to watch TV these days because it's much further away than having the iPads and screens really close up with them. Now, the other thing also is to explain about the different options after. So you firstly make them aware of how poor the child is seeing, and then make them aware of what can happen if we don't do anything about it, and then make them aware of lifestyle changes. Now, after you make them aware of these three things, this is then when we talk about all the different options that we have, like ortho-K, soft contact lenses, eyeglasses, or even atropine eye drop. And then after that, we get into the you want to tweak the plan in terms of the severity of the myopia and also in terms of the axial length of the eye. All right, moving on. All right, to talk about the parental concerns. So what are the things that we want to talk about over here? Okay, so firstly, we do want to address things like one thing, I would say two major things with atropine eye drops is that parents often ask, so what are the side effects of it? So there's two particular side effects that we want to make sure that we talk about it a bit more. But the very first one is photophobia. So everything is just looking very glary for them. So when they see that things are really glary, that's where, because their pupils are dilated, yeah, so we just want to make sure that we inform parents about this. But the other one also is to deal with their accommodation. So they might not be able to read close up as well. However, there's actually a lot of research which shows that the photophobia and also the reading blur that kids would get when they use atropine drops is actually pretty low still. So for most kids, they would not even notice it at all if you don't mention. And then when it comes to ortho-K, they always ask, is it safe for my child to be using ortho-K? Is there any risk of infection, for instance, like microbial keratitis? The answer is yes, there is, but look at that. It's super duper low. 1 in 2 cases per 2,000 patients per year. So the chances, again, it is there. I always tell parents there is a chance of there being all these kind of things happening, but it's super duper low. And of course, always provide data, provide evidence. And then the last thing here about soft contact lenses, usually, yes, there's two questions about this. whether it's safe, for kids to use it, and what is the infection rates like. And we know that it's actually pretty low. And the other thing also is that compared to teens and adults, kids actually have much lower risk of getting infection. And this is because usually parents are a bit more onto them in terms of their hygiene and whatnot. While teens and adults, parents might not really be on them as much. So that's the other thing which is pretty interesting. Yeah. So next thing is about overcoming price objection. So I do get this a lot. A lot of practitioners will tell me, hey, they usually get this thing whereby, they're just parents, get really on board with myopia, blah, blah, blah. And then when you tell them what the price, it's just too expensive. It's just too expensive for the parents. So I feel like the first thing you have to make them understand is the importance of managing myopia before discussing the cost. So make sure you talk about all these different things that can happen if they don't manage their kids' myopia at a very young age, right? And then the next thing also is they maybe need a bit more time to reconsider. So usually when parents tell me that, I actually just give them a bit more time, like it's okay. Because more often than not, you will find that they will come back to you and they just need some time to really think about it or maybe think about where they want to get the money from. Okay. Yeah. And then moving on from there, about one thing, second opinion from ophthalmologists. Personally, I always just provide it because I feel like, parents, they do want the best for the kids. So if they do want to find out a bit more before really getting into anything, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So just take note. Okay. Yeah. So remember, the other thing that I personally do also when I talk about the pricing options is to explain about how over a long time it actually makes sense. So for instance, ortho-K can cost maybe like 2 grand, and parents will be like, "What, 2 grand for the kids' eyes? That's a lot." But when you tell them like, "Look, these lenses can be used for up to 2, 3 years," it makes them being able to like understand, okay, so this is a long-term investment. It's not just I have to pay 2 grand every single year. It's going to be pretty expensive. So no. So these lenses should be able to last them for quite a while, unless there's any prescription change. Now, next thing about the soft contact lenses, they can start with just getting like a 3 month supply. So they don't have to buy the whole like a year, 2 years kind of thing. So it does have to break down the cost a bit more. And the thing about myopia control glasses, for you guys who can prescribe it, right? You guys will know that generally it does cost less than ortho-K and soft contact lenses. Hence, it's a much lower barrier to entry. So usually I like to do what's called price anchoring, which is that like, because I talked to them about ortho-K, which is cost the most expensive. Then after that, I talked to them about the soft contact lenses. Then when I talked about myopia control glasses, they are more likely to take it because it seems much more affordable. Yeah. All right. And the last thing that I want to talk about also is empathy and alternatives. Now, we must acknowledge that some of the parents who really want what's best for the kids, they just really might not be able to afford it. So if they are not able to afford any myopia management options for now, although we know it's not the most ideal, we still have to do what's best for them. So don't forget to offer them just normal single vision glasses still, and potentially adding atropine on top of it. Right? So that at least there is one thing that can potentially help to slow down their myopia a bit more. And this basically brings us to do what's right. Okay, there's no two ways about it. If you do what's right for your patients, I feel that that is the most important thing ever. Like if you do what's right for them, you have no idea of how many patients would come back to you in the future because now they trust you. You have informed them of what's going to happen or what can happen. And if things don't go in the right direction, they know, hey, I was informed before, but I did not listen. All right, so congratulations, everyone, okay, for joining me for the past 5 days. It's been really great. It's been really amazing, just being able to share every single thing with you guys. And I do hope that, you have gained so much from the past 5 days. But just before we end off and wrap up these 5 days, I just want to tell you guys like what's happening next from here. So you want to know what you want to do with all this knowledge that you have gotten. And to be honest, if you're like most optometrists and eye doctors, you just want to be able to feel confident about managing myopia. You want to be able to elevate your practice. And also you want to make a bigger impact on the world. You want to be able to help as many kids as much as possible. So this is the thing that, I do want to show you how the M3 program can help you with that goal. Now, do you find that this is you who's just like confused, you're uncertain, maybe you lack confidence, or you're just really fearful of this whole myopia management thing? And to be honest, I know how it was like because I was just like you. And to be really honest again, you are not alone. Because almost on a daily basis, I got a lot of texts from or just questions about myopia from my colleagues at work, DMs, or even WhatsApp messages. So that's how many things that I'm just been getting a lot. And the thing is that there are some challenges that I see that a lot of people are facing through. So one of the challenges is the struggle with confidence. Do you ever feel that way? That you just don't feel as confident and you do lack the practical experience in managing myopia? Or is this you just, feeling really uncertain in choosing which treatment options? And you're often confused about deciding which one you want to go with or how do you want to best manage your patient, which is the best approach for it? Or you're just not experienced with different age group. We talk a lot about managing kids, in the past 5 days. But what if you get someone who's much older? Or what if you get someone who is maybe has some special needs? How are you going to manage them? There are also those who fear making mistakes in managing myopia because lacking of confidence, or also about the newer treatment modalities. As we know, there are some new treatment modalities that's coming out, like red light therapy. So how are you gonna, incorporate it into your daily practice when it becomes available? And the most important one right here, the lack of consistent mentorship, the lack of being able to consistently, being able to refine your skills because you're just not sure how to manage this whole thing. And I want to ask you guys, is all of this holding you back from becoming the best version of yourself or becoming the best version of an optometrist that you can be in terms of managing myopia? So I just want to backtrack a little over here, to say that, university and grad schools, they are really great and amazing institution. We really spend thousands of dollars on them. And some of them, I know people personally who have racked up to 6 figures worth of debt. So they do teach us everything we need to know to be ready to be an optometrist. But for some reason, we don't feel fully confident once we graduate. So I want to present this to you guys. What if? So what if you could have some sort of a step-by-step system that simplifies myopia management for you, giving you confidence from the very first day? And what if you knew how to easily choose the right myopia treatment for every patient, whether we're talking about ortho-K, soft contact lenses, spectacles, or the atropine eye drops? And what if you knew how to just adjust the different myopia management strategies for different patient types? As mentioned before, children, adults, and special need patients. And what if you could avoid the common mistake in managing myopia cases, especially when using newer treatments? And most importantly, what if you could get the consistent mentorship you need to troubleshoot myopia case and refine your skills with expert guidance? I want to ask you guys, what is all that worth to you? For this reason, that's the exact reason why I created the Myopia Management Mastery M3 program. It's really designed to get you from feeling confused to being really confident. And it's packed with all the things that you need to know. There's a lot of information in there, but what's more important are the things that I'm going to be talking about after this also. So some of you might be wondering, hey, I can get all the information elsewhere too. And I want to tell you guys that yes, you can. All right. So no one is saying that you can't get any of it, but this is probably what you would have to do, or what I have done in the past, which is going to multi-day workshops, going to conferences, and going to seminars where, the thing that I would have to sacrifice is just time away from my loved ones, or just to learn a broader topic in optometry instead of just like myopia specific ones. I found it annoying. Or the other thing that you can do, which I did before, is just to look through hundreds of research papers or jump from one Facebook group to another one just to piece all the information. And you just hope that you know that you're relating one to another one the right way. So you're basically sacrificing two really big things over here. First one, you're spending tens of thousands of dollars, not only on the seminars and the workshop that we've mentioned, but also on flight and accommodation. But also you're spending time. Time, number one, away from your loved ones, but number two, also those years of trial and error that I have personally made. And the worst of all of us have specific questions, but you'll have no one to ask your specific questions to, no guidance. So that's the reason why. The M3 program is a 12-week mentorship with ongoing guidance and also support after the program. So the value that you would get from this program, firstly, are the weekly trainings. So the weekly trainings, I just want you guys to remember, this is going to be led by myself. I'm going to cover all the new evidence-based practices that we can do. Also moving on to talk about like weekly Q&A posts. So we're going to post Q&As on our Facebook group. And if you have any questions, have any feedback, that's where we can really help you out there. And then case study reviews. This is probably one of the most important ones because you want to know that, you're actually learning from real cases so that you can then implement it in your daily practice. And then the last one is also the online learning community where you get to connect with other aspiring myopia management specialists to be able to talk to each other and also get more information. And all this, I value it at $6,738. Now, there's also going to be some added bonus that I'm going to throw in right here. The first one being, having an exclusive group Q&A session with me. So this is going to be done on a weekly basis where I would answer your specific question and provide tailored advice for it. There's also an alumni group that I have or going to create once we're done with our very first batch. And also, this is going to be a lifetime access. And also to get listed on myopiamanagementspecialist.com, which is something that we're working on to include all the M3 graduate directory. So all this for an additional value of $1,691. Now, so in other words, that's the total value of everything that you're going to get for today. $8,429. But you know what? In the real world, this is what it's going to be. All of this that you're going to be paying for and finding out, workshop, conferences, flights, and all that stuff is easily going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars. And some of you guys might have, you definitely know what I'm talking about right here. And also that time, money and time. You're going to spend hundreds of hours, hundreds and hundreds literally, and also years on looking through different pages of research papers and hopping from one group to another one, just like I did. Now, let me tell you guys what having all this knowledge about myopia have enabled me to do. So firstly, it has positioned me as a myopia management specialist, and it's allowed me to serve other people in the practice that I work at. So as you guys can see here, all of these are young optometrists right here. One of them is actually a student. The other three over here, I'll show you guys, are actually recent graduates. And then Christine over here, one of my colleagues, she has been there for a bit longer. But even then, when it comes to myopia specific questions, they would ask me about it. Now, it also has allowed me to serve and connect with other people on LinkedIn, all right, where people send me messages from everywhere around the world. The very first one here, she's an optometrist from the US who has reached out to me. Over here, she's actually a graduate optometrist on the East Coast of Australia. And then the very last one here, a final year optometry student. All of them reached out to me. And also it allowed me to get more referrals about myopia from different practitioners, as you guys can see right here. So if I were to truly charge what it's worth, I feel like it seems fair for me to price it at least about maybe $15,000. Now, being a myopia management specialist also enabled me to get all these things that I've just talked about and experienced, but also, most importantly, testimonial from parents, just like this particular one over here, where she mentioned that, she definitely recommend myopia control, specifically orthokeratology with myself. And this is based on having developed this professional relationship with me over the past 3.5 years. Now, additionally, they did say that they can't comment me enough on how my mannerisms is. Now, the other thing also is allowed me to earn more than 20,000 more than the average salaried optometrist over here in Australia. So as you can see over here, this is where I actually have my salary paged up, and you can see that's how much I'm earning. So before I tell the price today, let me just really ask you, what will being able to help just one more myopic child from becoming highly myopic, reducing the chance of sight-threatening conditions like retinal detachment or glaucoma really mean to you? And before I tell the price today, let me just ask you, what would being confident to manage myopia, having a step-by-step system to manage myopia, knowing which treatment options to use to manage myopia, knowing how to manage different groups with myopia, and lastly, having that guidance and mentorship, what will that mean to you? And also let me ask you, what would an extra $5, $15, or $25,000 in additional income really mean to you? And before I tell you the price today, let me ask you, what would having more time for yourself and your loved ones mean to you? Which is why this may be the best offer I'm giving away at not $8,429, not $4,997, but just $2,997 today. Now, however, I'm going to level with you right here that I want you to benefit most from this mentorship program. And that's why you'll be able to join me live every single session when we talk about the weekly trainings. This is what I'm talking about. And because this is my first beta launch, hence we are going to go together on this journey. So I do definitely want this to be an affordable for everyone, but still an investment. So I'm not going to ask for $8,429, though I think it would be a totally reasonable and a bargain. I'm not even going to ask for $4,997 and not even $2,997. So everything today, every single thing today for a single payment of $997. And wait, that's actually more. So the first 5 to sign up will get 3 one-on-one session with me. And all of that we've talked about is going to be valued at $997 for all of these things that you're going to get on top of the 3 one-on-one hour session with me. So if you guys are keen, I do encourage you guys to take out your phone right now and scan this QR code. And of course, just in case that's not working, I am going to leave the description into the chat, the link in the chat right over here. And also just one more thing, to thank you guys who have attended all of the 5-day challenge. I am going to give you guys the free patient resource and myopia management roadmap for free. All right. So if you guys even do complete the 5-day online one and watch the replay of all of it, you guys can get it for free too. So I do look forward to welcoming you guys on board. And of course, if you're not sure whether the M3 program is a good fit for you, feel free to scan this QR code right over here. I'm going to leave the link in the chat also. And with that, I would like to thank every single one of you guys. So I hope that you have benefited from the 5-day challenge today. If you do have any questions, feel free to drop an email to support@myopiamanagementmastery.com. I've left that in the chat also. So once again, thank you, everyone. And I do look forward to us embarking on this journey together as myopia management specialists. Thank you very much.